Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? Hello, everyone. All these lovely people. A lot of apples. Cross Crescent Creed, how you doing? Ricochets. Ah, folks. Welcome, welcome. Hope we're doing alright. Cozy gang, yeah? What time is it, Bread Crochets? You're in the US, aren't you? It'll be about 1 o'clock. Riverboat Jack emotes in the chat. Who's got the best emotes? Love some Riverboat Jack emotes. There you go. Oh, I want animated emotes. PM. PM. It is 9 PM here. 1 PM. There you go. I think we're roughly in the same part of the world. Well, I'm not. You lot are, I think. You cozy at work? More power to you. More power to you. Right, first thing today is it's a beer stream. This is a non-alcoholic Belgian beer. Alright? That. Force majeure. Very excited about this, folks. A company called The Dry Drinker, where I bought it from. Belgian. It's Belgian. Like Belgian, as in Belge. You see that? Let's give a bit of a... Oh, want that to focus. Anyway. Very, very excited. I won't keep you waiting any longer. Alright. But yeah, Belgian beers are the best. If you're a beer drinker, you know this. And it's actually all in Dutch, so you know it's the real deal. There we go. You know what? That tastes like a beer. Now, bear in mind, it's not 0.5% alcohol, it's 0% alcohol. A lot of beer companies that don't do non-alcoholic beer, they still want to have it fermented. To get that kind of beer taste, you have to basically have 0.5% alcohol, just the fermentation. This is 0% and it still tastes good, nonetheless. Delicious. I hope you're happy for me. That's made me very happy. I'm going to be having a couple of them tonight. Force majeure. Right, but anyway, topic of the stream is Scottish independence. I told you it was coming. I warned you. We keep talking about it, keeps getting brought up. We talk about a Conservative government for too long. You talk about Brexit for too long. Inevitably, we'll start talking about Scottish independence. Is that a happy emote, Cross Crescent Creed, or is that a sad emote? That's a happy emote. It's a happy emote. Right, I'm on the right track. So we'll dive into this. So I've got some videos for and against. I've got some overview. I've got some debate videos as well. That'll be fun. Yeah? Good. Good. Right, so let's dive straight into it. So first of all, let's get just an overview, alright? So, got an overview video from The Economist, which is Scottish independence, could Britain break up? Right, so bear in mind that from that, we know that this is a bit of a, it may be a bit doomer about the union. Let's go back, shall we go back? Let's go back a step. In the UK, there are essentially two things that I would say are hanging in the background of British politics. Regirth Ireland, thank you very much for the follow. I love Nigel Farage. Why does he have a negative reputation? Really? I don't believe you. What do you like about him? What do you like about Nigel? Right, so yeah, taking a step back. Right, you're out of here. Coolin87, thank you very much for the follow. And I know Coolin 87. And I know that they are not a bot. You know what? It's been a while since we've had some bots in, folks. Look at that. Well-endowed man has followed. What are the chances of well-endowed man being a bot, do you think? Reckon they deserve an outright ban, folks. I do. And yes, Coolin 87, I reckon Regirth Island probably did like Nigel Farage because they're a horrible racist. Oh, Farage. You don't usually get a Farage mention so early on in the stream. That could be a dark sign of things to come. Right, so I'll take a step back. I said that there was two things hanging over British politics. I feel like I'm already going to actually redact that statement. I was going to say Brexit and Scottish independence, but of course that's a bit simple. There's other things going on. Right? But inevitably, the conversation of Scottish independence will come up. Now, the Conservatives are determined not to let the Scots have a vote on independence. Boris Johnson in particular is very, very keen to not have the stain of the Union breaking up on his legacy. I say stain because it's seen almost unanimously as a negative point in the Conservative government. It can't be allowed to happen. However, the tide's turning. Right, so 2014, 45% Scots voted in support of Scottish independence. That was before Brexit. After Brexit, when the Scots were dragged out of the European Union despite voting majority Remain, suddenly the conversation was back on the table. Why should Westminster get to drag Scotland kicking and screaming into economic disrepair along with the English just because they're tied? Surely devolution should allow them to have their own say on things, but of course it doesn't, and we're going to get into that a bit more. How you doing, Ice Wagner? Always good to see you. I don't know, Dan, seems like your disdain for the aristocrats who are utterly destroying your country is pretty classist against the rich. Yikes. You've got me. How you doing, mate? Bullin 87 says, are there any other countries in the UK? Can't think of any. No, of course. When we talk about Scottish independence, it's not too long before we're also talking about Welsh independence. Now, there's a lot of debate over how long both of the things will take. Generally, when I think about this, I usually think that one will give appetite for the other, especially if it's successful. There's many reasons why Scottish independence can be flourishing economic success. And we'll get into those a bit later. And if that's the case, then a country like Wales, whose independence movement is growing at a very fast rate, in part, again, due to this mishandling of Brexit by Westminster. A great case study of independence would go a long way to support Welsh independence and create that kind of appetite, though it's already there. Hope that answers your question, Calling 87. You good? I'm glad you're good, Ice Wagner. Oh, Far Cry 6. I had my eye on that. With, what's his name now? Breaking Bad. Giancarlo Esposito. Giancarlo? Giancarlo? It's going to be Giancarlo, isn't it? You're welcome, Colin87. I think it's Giancarlo. I could be wrong. Colin87, if you missed it, this is a very authentic tasting alcohol-free Belgian beer. Delicious. Okay, so let's get the economist's view out of the way. I say out of the way, we've seen economist videos before, right? They're not sexy. They're not going to have you on the edge of your seat. But it's a nice overview. Their take could be suspect, but let's see how it goes. Alright? No thanks. And then we've got some for or against, right? So let's get into this one. It is lovely to see you all. On this Thursday evening. Thursday already? Jesus. Christ.
Britain proudly ruled the world.
Right, here we go. You heard that, didn't you? Here we go.
200 years ago, Britain proudly ruled the waves and about a quarter of the world. But the British Empire has shrunk again and again. Now the United Kingdom itself, England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, is weaker than at any point in living memory. Tensions have flared in Northern Ireland in the most serious clashes with police for years. And in Scotland, a fierce political battle for independence is in full swing.
Scotland's future must be in Scotland's hands.
The union between England and Scotland goes back over 300 years. But it's under increasing strain. And if Scotland were to go, could it pave the way for Northern Ireland and even Wales to do the same?
Right, did you like that? Even Wales. For Northern Ireland, it's quite funny that. The implication is that Northern Ireland is a much more reasonable choice than Wales to be independent. Let's have that again.
It's under increasing strain. And if Scotland were to go, could it pave the way for Northern Ireland and even Wales?
Even Wales? Even Wales to do the same. Yeah, even.
The same.
Jesus.
At this organic farm outside Edinburgh, almost all of the produce is proudly grown in Scotland. And the farm's founder, Mike, thinks Scotland would be better off as an independent country. It's a hot topic right now, as the Scottish National Party have promised to ask Westminster for an independence referendum should they win a majority at the forthcoming election in May.
Still in power, they're still going strong.
My partner's family are from Yorkshire and they think of Scotland as just another part of England rather than its own country.
But let me add, they're being upheld in power by the Green Party. So that's why we've just seen passing of incredibly progressive legislation in Scotland. We've covered that on the stream.
So you see politicians do that as well.
They'd be wrong, though. Scotland has a long and proud history as an independent nation. The Romans never managed to conquer it, and for much of its history...
Ice Wagner, I don't think that's true. I don't know if the existence of Wales is unknown to people outside the UK. You're in Canada, aren't you? What am I? Do your friends and family not know Wales exists?
It was fighting its English neighbours south of the border. England had joined with Wales in 1536. A union with Scotland came about after the Queen of England, Elizabeth I, died in 1603. Her cousin James, who was King of Scotland, took over the English throne. The two countries now shared a king, but had separate parliaments and laws. A few decades later, Scotland tried to set up a colony, New Caledonia, in what is now Panama. It was a disaster, and Scotland was left in serious debt. So when a union with England was proposed, it looked to some like a sensible financial decision, and the Acts of Union were passed by 1707.
Some Scots looked south of the border and thought that it would be good to have a relationship with this much more powerful, richer nation with its bigger market.
In fairness, Ice Wagner, to your point, I do, of course, watch a lot of US streamers, and don't like to generalize, but I do see them stumble over trying to talk about England, the UK, Britain, the British, the English. It seems to always be slightly inaccurate based on what they're talking about. Now, again, don't want to generalize, but I do hear it a lot. Now, I do the same thing with the US, right? But it's just a lot easier to understand as a construct. There is a slightly complicated nature to the Union. That's my being generous to people that don't understand how our countries function and our borders. But so, to your point, Ricochet's never seen a Wales. We mix up which particular type of colonizer we're talking about. So in somebody's chat earlier in this, I think I said, oh, I'm British. Somebody said, oh, I don't know if I something like, oh, I don't know if I don't know if I like Europe. I don't know if I like Europe because of the genocide or something like that. Something very like broad brush painting. Something like I don't like Europe because of the genocide. Fucking hell. I'll see myself out. Alright, that's Wagner. I'll get to it.
The Scots could trade with the English colonies in the Caribbean. Scotland then was able to trade in tobacco, and that was the basis of Glasgow's rise in the 18th century.
Ireland was later strong-armed into the Union in 1801, but this was short-lived, as in 1922 the country was split in two, with the Irish Free State becoming independent and Northern Ireland remaining part of the UK. While the opportunities of empire may no longer exist, for members of the Union, being part of the UK still has its advantages. For a start, the UK is still Scotland's main trading partner. 60% of all Scottish exports go to the rest of Britain. That's almost triple what it exports to the rest of the world, excluding Europe. Andy co-runs a brewery outside Edinburgh, and for him, trade with the UK is a compelling reason to stay in the Union.
For us, the market in England has grown in importance. It's very easy to sell across the UK. No limitations in terms of us travelling into England. With independence, you will have a land border between England and Scotland, and I could see a much more difficult scenario.
But some have always thought...
Keep in mind that's not an insurpassable obstacle. Yes, borders are something that we do need to consider throughout the whole conversation that we have tonight, right? You've got the border between Scotland and Northern Ireland, for instance, to consider. Scotland's relationship with Europe needs to be considered. And then you've got the border between Scotland and England. But none of these are problems that are insurmountable. Okay, and custom solutions, as we've seen with Brexit, perhaps not a great example that I've put forward there, but the European Union tries to work something out. Westminster certainly tries to be creative with its solutions. Something can give, all right? Just to add a bit of context to that. Just goes to show how little even media pundits know about geography, this time involving Ireland. Yeah, The Economist, of all people.
Scotland would be better off standing on its own 2 feet. By the 1960s, a nationalist voice in Scottish politics was gaining ground. The Scottish National Party, or the SNP, who won an important victory in Westminster in 1967. And in the years that followed, the nationalist cause received an unexpected boost: the discovery of oil off the coast of Scotland.
Liquid gold. Britain now has oil, billions and billions of barrels of it, and has been quietly lapping at the doorstep all the time.
In the 1980s, oil revenue exploded, and many thought Scotland should see more of this money, which added around £193 billion to the UK economy between 1975 and 2020. This was coupled with deindustrialisation in the 1980s, under British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. She was deeply disliked in Scotland, and this boosted calls for independence. In 1997, Scotland voted in favour of a devolved parliament, which was then created by Tony Blair, Britain's Prime Minister.
It's every single area of Scotland. We're all moving forward.
There's an interesting quote from Margaret Thatcher on Scottish independence. I heard it recently. This is from the National Scotland. So this is Margaret Thatcher's quote. As a nation, they have an undoubted right to national self-determination. Thus far, they have exercised that right by joining and remaining in the Union. But here's the key point. Should they determine on independence, I've made it more like the Queen. No English party, there you go. Should they determine on independence, no English party or politician would stay in their way, however much we might regret their departure. So, really, Thatcher knew which way the wind was blowing on that one. Fucking weird noises coming from upstairs, man. My neighbours have been partying, like, bass for the last 3 hours, and it's just stopped. It's almost considerate, like they knew I was about to stream, but there's other weird noises coming from upstairs. Red Crochets, Thatcher is still dead, don't worry. Out of curiosity, how is Scotland characterised in the UK Constitution? Is it labelled as a nation? I don't have a fucking clue. Are we enjoying my Thatcher impression, yeah? Good, good, good. Yeah, Ice Wagner, unfortunately. That's not one for me.
And we're moving forward together.
This meant Scotland had its own parliament for the first time in nearly 300 years, and devolution gave Scotland the power to make decisions on areas like agriculture, education and health, known as devolved matters, while UK-wide concerns such as immigration, foreign policy and defence were managed by Westminster.
So there you go, that's key. This is the devolution arrangement, okay? So keep these things in mind. When somebody asks you, so what does Scotland actually control? Or, much more likely, the argument that you'll run into, which is, Scotland already has control, why do they need any more? Just keep these things in mind. And to your point, Ice Wagner, Constitution, one of the biggest arguments for Scottish independence is that they can write their own laws once they are independent. Yeah, don't worry folks, Reagan's still dead too. Unfortunately, their legacy is still felt, but they are both cold.
And were known as reserved matters. The UK government still provided financial support to Scotland. This was in the form of a block grant. And together with income tax, national insurance payments, and other rates from within Scotland, helped fund the work of the Scottish Parliament. Some unionists say Scotland couldn't survive without this financial support from Westminster, because Scotland raises less tax and spends more per person than the rest of the UK. In 2019, Scotland spent 8.6% more than it earned, compared with 2.6% for the UK overall. But nationalists say if Scotland could control its own economic policies, it could stimulate growth and help close this gap. And some have been fighting hard to prove it.
The establishment of the Holyrood Parliament in Edinburgh, it was believed, would see the end of nationalism, and that would be enough because Scotland would be legislating on Scottish issues. However, that didn't happen, because what devolution did was encourage the nationalists and allowed them to ask for more devolution.
Independence is tricky, because as we saw with Brexit, it's all in the realm of speculation. This is happening now with the powers that we have. How will things change if we have more powers over X, Y, and Z? Right? So then it depends who you listen to. In the Brexit campaign, nobody wanted to listen to experts, famously. Right? Sick of experts. But of course, you should listen to the experts. When this happens, we should be listening to the experts. But it's difficult because you can't really speculate on the future of the Scottish economy based on their performance as a devolved government under which Westminster still has much control. So that's the whole difficulty of it to keep in mind. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, a lot of apples, of course. Dick Cheney is unfortunately still up and walking around. You can't win them all. Only wondered because of codification of Quebec as a distinct society. A nation in our constitution is one of the main things that the separatists are pushing for. I see. We'll have to look it up. Thanks for the link as well, by the way, Ice Falconer. I'll get to that. Those figures are from GERS, which is completely rigged. GERS. GERS. Government Expenditure and Revenue Scotland. So who's in control of that then? You don't like the term devolved, Bread Crochets. I suppose it's not great. Doesn't really explain things very well, does it?
In 2011, the SNP won a majority at Holyrood, which gave them a platform to ask for Scottish independence. But the referendum that followed was a disappointment for them. In 2014, Scotland voted to remain in the UK by 55 to 45%. And that seemed to be the end of that. Until 2 years later, and Brexit.
The celebrations started in the early hours of this morning. The UK had voted to get out of the EU.
In 2016, the UK voted to leave the EU by 52 to 48%. But this did not reflect the Scottish portion of the vote, where 62% voted to remain.
So look at that. 4% in it. Oh, sorry, 2% in it. Across the whole. Right? But clear win for Remain in Scotland.
Reflect the Scottish portion of the vote, where 62%
not even close
voted to remain. Many Scots felt betrayed. They were being pulled out of the European Union against their will.
I think the Brexit referendum was a turning point in lots of ways, because that massive decision was taken without the consent of people in Scotland. That reinforced this idea that maybe the UK couldn't accommodate Scotland.
Advisory referendum, of course. Yeah, advisory referendum, the EU referendum. Not in the letter of the law, didn't need to be carried through. Bear that in mind too.
Distinctive wishes as a nation within the United Kingdom.
Back in Edinburgh, this is certainly how Mike feels. As something he never voted for has now brought his small business new paperwork and increased costs.
Brexit at the moment is just a disaster. I've got about 5.
Oh, mate, just you wait. You think Brexit's a disaster now? I want to warn him, I want to jump into the video. When is this? April. Oh, just you wait. This bloke doesn't even know about the petrol crisis.
Customs agents we had to sign up with. A lot of the jargon we don't understand. I really cannot see any advantage of Brexit, and whoever I've spoken to has never given me an answer either. So
this has helped cement his decision to vote for a party favouring independence at the next election, in the hope that there will be a second Scottish independence referendum.
I've got no faith. Westminster's just proven to be corrupt, as far as I'm concerned, and I just think that it's better to be independent and away from that.
Mike's not alone. Support for independence has been rising since 2012. But after the Brexit vote, it overtook support for devolution, or remaining partly governed by Westminster. For nationalists, part of the renewed appeal of leaving the UK is that Scotland could rejoin the EU as an independent nation. But would that mean Scotland would be better off? Possibly not. That's because the border between England and Scotland would become a border between what's left of Britain and the EU. And this could potentially disrupt trade with Scotland's main trading partner. Some business people, like Andy, are worried about what independence might mean for trade with the rest of the UK. Brexit has already complicated things, and he worries that Scottish independence could make things even harder.
I think the only real issue we had recently is just trying to send a box of beer through our online shop to Northern Ireland, which was a right headache. There's obviously now much more constraints on the movement back and forth.
Right. You should ask everybody involved about this, right? You should ask the people whose lives it actually impacts. But for proper, thorough, rigorous journalism, I assume they're going to follow this up with somebody that's involved in international trade, perhaps somebody that was involved in the Brexit process, somebody that knows how rules are passed, legislation is passed with regards to borders and trades, checks on goods. Let's see.
Over the Irish Sea, I think that might put people off to go down the route of a yes vote on Scottish independence.
But even Andy is on the fence about independence, and the finer points of trade and economics may not matter in a debate about national identity. Because, as Brexit showed, the idea of taking back control is very powerful. It is one of the architects of Brexit, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, who seems to hold a lot of the cards when it comes to independence. If the SNP were to win a convincing majority at the next Scottish election, then they could ask for another referendum. But they might not be able to hold it. That's because, as the UK government sees it, the law is clear, and the British Prime Minister has to grant permission for a referendum. But Mr. Johnson has made it clear he has no intention of doing this. Whether the Scottish Parliament has the legal right to organise a referendum without Westminster's permission is a question that has never been tested in court.
One option may be to just go ahead anyway to try to hold a referendum. So then what? Then you may be into a situation that Catalonia found itself in, where it pushed ahead with a referendum that was not seen to be within the legal order of the Spanish Constitution. So you have stalemate.
Whatever happens,
Not the
other
best
devolved
reference there.
nations will be watching keenly. There are calls in Wales for more devolution. And Northern Ireland has the possibility for a referendum on reunification with Ireland, built into the Good Friday Agreement.
We are seeing clear tensions emerging within Northern Ireland, linked to the implementation of the Northern Ireland Protocol that was part of the UK-EU withdrawal agreement. The issue in Northern Ireland is not about independence, it's about reunification with the island of Ireland. Now that may be some way off, but that's a distinctive issue related also to some of the consequences of Brexit.
Everyone in this debate hopes that if any of the nations of the United Kingdom do break away, it will be done in a peaceful and orderly way that minimises damage to the economy. But such a neat divorce would have few precedents. In the 20th century, the breakup of countries usually followed economic chaos, decolonisation, or war. The increasing calls for independence could be the most important thing Westminster has to manage over the coming years. While a breakup of the UK seemed highly unlikely until recently, it's now possible that Scotland could lead the charge.
I'm Matthew Holhouse, the Britain political...
Cheers, Matthew Holhouse.
The Economist.
Not a mention of Wales there at the end. Didn't want to throw that one in. The Friday Agreement defines a generation as 7 years. The UK government agreed that. Richard Murphy, Economist, shows why Gers is crap. Okay, I've got that in my pocket. I will get round to that as well. I like this suggestion, Bread Crochets. Independence isn't hard, just throw away some tea, put some lamps in the bell tower and wait for the redcoats to line up and get shot. Nice. Alright. Alright, let's continue with the overview. Yeah, let's continue with the overview. So, that was before the SNP's win. This is after. Right, so the SNP now is pushing ahead with the call for a Scottish independence vote. Another Scottish independence vote. Because they say they've got the mandate for it, because they've had an election victory.
Hello and welcome to another TLDR UK video. We've been hyping up May the 6th for a while now, talking about all the elections set to take place and what they could mean for Britain. At the weekend, we discussed Labour's poor performance in England's local elections, but in this video we're going to move out of England. We're going to be taking a look at the Scottish and Welsh elections, who did well, who did badly, and what it means for these countries as well as the Union as a whole. If you've been enjoying our election coverage and like our content,
I do recommend them. They are good.
Patreon. With your support,
there's a link there.
Expand TLDR, take on new staff, launch new channels, and make more content. Not only do your donations help our vision for a better, more independent form of news, they also get you a whole bunch of perks. Learn more about what you can get by clicking the link to our Patreon down below. So, on Thursday, Scottish and Welsh voters went to the polls to choose their new National Assembly members. The first thing you need to know about these elections is that they both use an electoral system called the Alternative Members System, or AMS, where you get a constituency vote, as in the general election, and a regional vote. Regional votes are allocated using something called the D'Hondt method, which basically just means that smaller parties like the Greens or Lib Dems, who don't get enough votes to win constituency seats, are compensated by the regional allocation. Anyway, enough about the system, let's start with Scotland. This election was particularly important for the future of Scotland, and well, the UK more generally, because the SNP are committed to a second independence referendum, otherwise known as Indy Ref 2, within the next 2.5 years. And as we've discussed in previous videos, some recent polling has suggested that a majority of the Scottish public now support independence, which could mean that IndyRef 2 would lead to Scottish independence. Anyway, there are 129 seats in the Scottish Parliament, which means that you need 65 for a majority. 73 of these are first past the post constituencies, and the remaining 56 are regional seats. The SNP won 62 constituency seats and 2 regional seats, with 40% of the regional vote, taking them to a total of 64 seats, just shy of a majority. The SNP saw a 1.2% increase in their constituency vote, up to 47.7%, and a 1.4% decrease in their regional vote, presumably thanks to Alex Salmond's Alba, taking them down to 40.3%. Ultimately, the SNP were denied a majority, and this was in part because of unionist tactical voting in seats like Dumfriesshire and Dumbarton. So, what does this all mean for IndyRef 2? Well, it depends who you ask.
So let us be clear about what Scotland voted for on Thursday. The people of Scotland have voted to give pro-independence parties a majority in the Scottish Parliament. Both the SNP and the Scottish Greens stood on a clear commitment to an independence referendum within the next parliamentary term. And both of us made clear that the timing of a referendum should be decided by a simple majority of MSPs in the Scottish Parliament.
There is no SNP majority, and of course Nicola Sturgeon was asking for that, to give her a majority, a mandate to take forward another independence referendum, and people across Scotland said no. They said they didn't want that SNP majority, they didn't want the government to go unchecked in this next parliament, and that's why it's important for the main opposition party to ensure that we challenge the SNP and get the focus where I think people do want it, which is on our recovery.
Essentially, unionists will tell you that this result is the end for IndyRef 2, while nationalists will say that it's inevitable. In the spirit of neutrality, we're just going to present the unionist and nationalist arguments respectively, and allow you to make up your own mind.
Yes.
Let's start with the nationalists.
Make up our own minds.
Nationalists will say that even if the SNP didn't win a majority, they were by far and away the largest party, and that they were only stopped by tactical voting. Nationalists will also note that a majority of regional votes went to pro-IndyRef 2 parties, and that the Scottish Greens, who also supported IndyRef 2, won 8 regional seats, which means that there's now a pro-IndyRef 2 majority in the Scottish Parliament. The Unionists will respond that a pro-IndyRef 2 majority doesn't mean the majority of voters support IndyRef 2, because people could have voted for the SNP and the Greens for non-constitutional reasons. And there's some evidence to support this.
You see this with everything, right?
Ashcroft found
This is a common argument in politics. If your party believes one thing and you vote for that party, then you vote for whatever they believe in. You've seen exactly the same thing on, not a related issue at all, but you're saying the same thing with Brexit, right? Boris Johnson likes to bring up time and time again his belief that a vote for the Conservative Party and the fact that the Conservative Party won a majority means that the country gives consent to crash out of the European Union in the most spectacularly shitstorm way. Because they voted Conservative. And they're the party of Brexit. So you see this with a lot of different things. It's incredibly debatable. Because, of course, you can never know. 100 people vote for one thing. There's a list of things in a manifesto, one of which is Scottish independence, right? One of which is pushing ahead with Brexit. One of which is pushing ahead with nationalisation. You never know who supports what. You just have to go with this form of democracy that we have. Where do the Lib Dems stand on this? I think we'll see. I'll look it up, just in case we don't.
43% of Green voters supported independence. Unionists will also note that a majority of constituency votes went to parties who opposed IndyRef 2. Unfortunately, Westminster parties can't really make either of these arguments, because as soon as they get a majority of MPs, they take that as a mandate for their whole manifesto, even if they only got 40% or so of the actual vote. This is why, if you ask Boris Johnson, he won't make a constitutional argument. He'll just say it's not the right time. Because ultimately, he's ruling with his manifesto without a majority of votes. Anyway, the point is that...
So just on your question, Ice Wagner, Scottish Liberal Democrats leader has warned against independence. It seems like they're warning against it taking priority over other things, but it doesn't seem like they're in support.
The SNP didn't win a majority, but nonetheless, there's a pro-Indy Ref 2 majority in the Scottish Parliament. Not the worst result for Unionists, but definitely not a good one either. So what about Wales? Wales has a total of 60 seats, which means that you need 31 for a majority. 40 of these are first past the post constituency seats, and the remaining 20 are regional seats. Labour came first in Wales, winning 27 of the constituency seats and 3 regional seats, for a total of 30, one more than last time in 2017. In fact, this was Labour's joint best ever performance in the Welsh Assembly elections. The Conservatives came second with 8 constituency and 8 regional seats for a total of 16, 5 more than in 2017. Wales is a particularly interesting case because both Labour and the Conservatives increased their vote share by about 5%. And this added 5% for each side seems to be down to UKIP, who won about 12% of the vote in 2017, but were down to about 1% this time round. We obviously can't know this for sure, but it seems relatively safe to assume that the 10 or 11% of Welsh voters who voted UKIP in 2017 have basically been split 50-50 between the Conservatives and Labour, hence their relatively equal 5-point swings. This is interesting because UKIP and Brexit Party voters have behaved differently in England, where it seems like a significant majority of them went for the Conservatives, and only a minority voted Labour, hence Labour's poor showing in the English council elections and in Hartlepool. We're not totally sure why this might be, but it's certainly an interesting inconsistency. As a final note,
that's kind of the bittersweet nature of a lot of things to do with Nigel Farage and UKIP, who was of course the first politician mentioned in the stream by our old friend Regurth Island. Right, there was 2 lots of people celebrating in 2018, 19 when Nigel Farage announced that he was, for once and for all, stepping back from politics. There was folks on the left who realised that Nigel Farage is one of the most poisonous elements to ever enter British politics, and it was great that he was gone. But there was also a little bit of a party at Conservative Party HQ, because their share of the British vote was no longer to be shared with Farage and his buddies, leaving us, of course, to the situation that we have now, where we have one strong right-wing party against a handful of left-wing parties with great arguments and various shares of support jumping around bit by bit. The vote is split on the left and it remains strong on the right, no longer threatened by Nigel and his pals. That's wrong, it was 2016, about a month before Brexit. Which point was that? Let me go back a minute. I missed that one. Or Sargon sunk UKIP. Oh, in part, yeah. In part. But there was many like Sargon of Akkad before him. All kinds of nasty bastards were in UKIP before him. And they just shrug him off. Really, Nigel was done. Genuinely doesn't have any more interest in British politics, I don't think. At least having an impact, right? Now I think it's just money. Now he's more interested in getting paid than anything else. He's still, you know, xenophobic cretin. But the job's done. Brexit is finished. So, back into the shadows he goes, really, more or less. But, still gets to get paid. Still has to get paid, so... in comes GB News. He said the previous Welsh election was in 17 years, it was 60. Oh, okay. Let me go back a minute, nonetheless.
The Conservatives came second.
Bit of inaccuracy from TLDR. Oh, not like them.
The Conservatives came second with 8 constituency and 8 regional seats for a total of 16, 5 more than in 2017. Wales is a particularly interesting case because both Labour and the Conservatives increased their vote share by about 5%. And this added 5% for each side seems to be down to UKIP, who won about 12% of the vote in 2017, but were down to about 1% this time round. We obviously can't know this for sure, but it seems relatively safe to assume that the 10 or 11% of Welsh voters who voted UKIP in 2017 have basically been split 50-50 between the Conservatives and Labour, hence their relatively equal 5-point swings. This is interesting because UKIP and Brexit Party voters have behaved differently in England, where it seems like a significant majority of them went for the Conservatives, and only a minority voted Labour, hence Labour's poor showing in the English council elections and in Hartlepool. We're not totally sure why this might be, but it's certainly an interesting inconsistency. As a final note, Scotland and Wales do slightly undermine the narrative that Labour did terribly and the Conservatives did brilliantly in this election. In Wales, Labour did the best they've ever done and successfully captured at least a significant fraction of old Brexit UKIP vote. In Scotland, nationalist parties won a majority, and it's fair to say that this must have been at least in part due to Boris Johnson's terrible approval ratings in Scotland. So while Johnson's Conservatives did very well in England, especially for an incumbent party, failed to stop the nationalists in Scotland and could plausibly preside over the collapse of the Union. Equally, while Labour didn't do brilliantly in England, they did pretty well in Wales. And while we're talking about the whole Labour did badly in England thing, it's worth noting that they did still win 11 out of the 13 mayoral races, and saw a 3-point swing in vote share compared to 2019. We're interested what you think of this. Will Scotland continue to push towards Indie Ref 2? Is Wales a bright spot for Labour? And what do all of these results together mean for Johnson and the Conservative Party? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below.
That wasn't quite the video that I thought it was going to be. They kind of darted around different things. Nonetheless, reasonably interesting. Right, Ice Fargman, what did you send me? Oh, look at this, I got a couple of links from the chat.
For foreign direct investment, plus a number of top-tier businesses.
All right, so what's the context on this then? So what were we talking about? We were talking about. Ireland, Northern Ireland. We were talking about. Surf McGritty, how you doing? Hello in NYC. Have you always been in NYC? I don't think I realised. You're not usually in NYC, are you? Ice Wagner, you're going to have to remember what we were talking about with this clip.
Could be its best year ever for foreign
Folks, by the way, go and follow Surf McGree. And follow Bread Crochets while you're at it. Two lovely streamers in chat.
direct investment. Plus, a number of top-tier businesses make.
It involves Ireland. It's just showing Americans' lack of geography skills. Oh, okay, right. Is this going to be a bit of a shit show? Let's have a look. It's your birthday. Happy birthday, mate. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Surfer McGritty. Happy birthday to you.
Could be its best year ever for foreign
and many more. That wasn't wanted, was it? I'm sorry. You overwhelmed? I get overwhelmed on my birthday as well. But happy birthday.
Could be its best year ever for foreign direct investment. Plus, a number of top-tier businesses making a home in Ireland thanks to big tax breaks and a highly pro-business environment. Joe, you'd love Ireland. Here to tell us what he's seeing, Martin Shanahan, CEO of IDA Ireland, responsible for foreign direct investment in Ireland. He just took up the post in September, so we should congratulate you on that.
Thank you very much. What has the weaker euro meant in terms of tourism?
Yes, so I think Ireland's a very globalized economy, so we look to what's happening here as much as we do to what's happening in Europe, and we look to what's happening in growth.
You have pounds anyway, don't you still?
We have euros.
You have euros in Ireland?
Euros, yes, which has...
Why do you have euros in Ireland?
Strong...
Oh, God. Why do you have euros in Ireland? Why do you have euros in Ireland? Right, so that's the first bit. Doesn't know that they have the euro. Okay, cool, check.
In euros, yes, which has...
Why do you have euros in Ireland?
Strong recovery. Why wouldn't we have euros in Ireland?
Huh? The EU. I'd use the pound.
No, we've had the euro for some time and we're very happy with it.
What about Scotland? I was using Scottish
pounds. Yeah.
Scottish pounds.
So they use sterling.
They use sterling?
They use sterling, but we use euro.
What? Why would you do that?
Why wouldn't we do that?
What I love is when you're supposed to know something, and then somebody reveals that you don't know it, and then they double down. You don't go, oh, that's really embarrassing, I should know that, and move on. You go, oh, really? Why not then? Embarrassing, man.
Why wouldn't we do that?
Why didn't Scotland? No wonder they want to break
away.
Part of the UK,
we're not.
Aren't you right next to...
We're very close, but entirely separate. As
sort of
the
same island, isn't it?
Same island? In the north of Ireland, they have sterling, but...
They do?
We use euro, yes.
It's just too...
What the fuck? Yeah, that's really brought the point home. To be fair there. Nice, Wagner. Yeesh. Literally the man's job. Yeah. I'd be embarrassed. I get embarrassed when I don't realise stuff here. And I'm not on national television. Well, there you go. Coolin 87. Let's have a look at this video. So this is... Why is GERS crap? I like that strong title. So Richard Murphy's a chartered accountant from KPMG. Co-founded the Tax Justice Network in 2003. Right, so let's give us a bit of context. So this is where some of the figures in that last video came from. So this will show why they are questionable. We should take them with a pinch of salt.
Hello, I'm Richard Murphy, and I want to talk about a topic I've become surprisingly involved in over the last few years, which is the Government Expenditure and Revenue Scotland Statement, otherwise called GERS. Now, the reason why it's
GERS. I was saying GERS. It's GERS.
surprising that I'm involved.
I mean, it's an acronym, isn't it? Is it an acronym or an initialism? So you don't have to pronounce it anyway, do you really? Pronounce it however you want, an initialism.
It is that, as you'll note, I've got an Irish name and I've definitely got an English accent. And as far as I know, I've got absolutely no Scottish blood in me at all, and I've never lived there. And yet, this issue about the credibility of that statement is one that over the last few years I've become quite heavily involved with, because I think that that statement, the GERS statement, is what I have come to describe as crap. Now, crap in this context means a completely rubbish approximation to the truth. So, CRAP. Now, why is it?
Completely rubbish approximation to the truth. I like that. Completely rubbish approximation. Crap. Can that catch on? Can we use that?
Approximation to the truth. And why does that matter? GERS is published by
there you go.
Scottish Government every year in August, always at the same time, towards the end of August, to the extent that it's even now called GERS Day in Scotland. And it always gives rise to an enormous debate, to an extent that nothing equivalent in the rest of the UK does. Why is that? Because, well, Scotland is divided between nationalists who want Scottish independence, now a majority it would seem, and unionists who want to remain part of the UK. And the argument is that GERS does every year prove that Scotland could not survive as an independent state. I disagree, because I think the figures are, as I say, crap, completely rubbish approximations to the truth, and even fundamentally technically flawed. This year's GERS statement showed that according to this data, Scotland had a deficit of on its government account of 8.6%. Now, first of all, that's false in itself, because the Scottish government actually balanced its books. It's legally required to do so. So it gives us the first clue as to what the problem about this statement that Scotland has such a large deficit is, which is that 40% of the expenditure that is reflected in that statement is in fact incurred for Scotland, but not by Scotland. In other words, it's spent by the UK government, and by no means necessarily all in Scotland. Just to make the position clear, Scotland is
right. So that's deficit that isn't their responsibility totally. Right, 40% of it is controlled by UK spending, not necessarily going to Scotland. Okay, I'm with it so far. I do have a bit of trouble with economics, but I'm following it.
With expenses of literally running Westminster.
If anybody wants me to go back, let me know.
System which by no means is all based in Scotland and is not necessarily what Scotland would want to have. It's charged with the national debt, or its share of the interest cost on the national debt, and yet it's debatable as to how much of that national debt is really attributable to Scotland, when of course it's now widely recognised that Scotland ran a surplus on its own trading for many decades because of oil. So these numbers that are charged to Scotland aren't necessarily in any way appropriate, or certainly an indication of what Scotland would spend if it was independent. But there are also a whole load of other approximations. Now, when I first looked at this estimate, very little of the tax revenue could be attributed to Scotland. That situation has changed now. At one time it was just virtually local government income that we could say was safely and certainly earned in Scotland. Well, there is now a Scottish tax system and a Scottish Revenue Authority, Revenue Scotland. So income tax payers in Scotland are now identifiable, and by and large national insurance payers are as well, and indeed we can be fairly confident that those sums are properly declared. there's a reasonable probability that the VAT figures for Scotland might be properly prepared as well on the basis of surveys of consumption inside Scotland. But there are still some major holes in the income statement for Scotland and things that we don't know. For example, we simply don't know.
Right, so we've got the deficit that isn't really the deficit that they have. But we've got some kind of an idea of income tax. We've got some kind of an idea about VAT. Right. But yeah, I'm keeping up. Murphy's great on economics. I've learned loads from him. I'm learning as well. I'm finding it hard to keep up with, but I'm glad you shared it with me because it's going in. Bing pot vibes, how you doing? Very posh accent. I know. But that's what you want for something like this. Alright, that's what you want for something like this. You want the Queen's English when you're learning about economics. I'm here for it. Let's do it.
What the imports and exports of Scotland are, but they have a significant impact upon how much VAT should be declared in the country. We have no clue.
There was a healthy dose of sarcasm in that comment, by the way. I know that had a bit of an imperialist twang to it, that last comment. But just let's take it with a pinch of salt.
How much VAT should be declared in the country. We have no clue what corporate profits in Scotland really are. That just has to be guessed. There is no apportionment of capital gains tax on any reasonable basis because we can't be sure that the capital gains are necessarily declared in the right country, and so on, because these figures are not devolved to Scotland. So the estimates are enormous. But even if the estimates were...
That's a very, 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 very good point that not a lot of other places are going to mention, is that, of course, we are the country of low tax. We're the country of letting big business get away with sending money overseas. Corporate billionaire parasites, right? So when we have any kind of conversation about the economy, be aware that that's happening somewhere off in the distance and we don't really know how much it's having an impact. But you can guess that it's a fucking lot. Right? If the Pandora's Papers showed anything, when 1 in 20 billionaires were implicated in this offshore tax haven scandal, just that we know of, you can guarantee that there's a lot more.
There are things that are wrong about the statement. The statement reflects government income in Scotland, but expenditure for Scotland. They're not the same thing, of course. They're not government expenditure for Scotland, they're government expenditure in the whole of the UK, which is deemed by London to be for the benefit of Scotland. So this isn't a Scottish statement on the expenditure side. It's a UK...
I don't think that's what he said. Should we go back let's go back a minute, because I missed that as well. I want to go back to the capital gains point. And of course, I did talk through it as well.
So the estimates are enormous. But even if the estimates were right, there are things that are wrong about the statement. The statement reflects government income in Scotland.
Let's go.
But expenditure
back even further.
Revenue Authority, Revenue Scotland.
Here we go.
Surveys.
Here we go. This is the point.
Inside Scotland. But there are still some major holes in the income statement for Scotland and things that we don't know. For example, we simply don't know what the imports and exports of Scotland are, but they have a significant impact upon how much VAT should be declared in the country. We have no clue what corporate profits in Scotland really are. That just has to be guessed. There is no apportionment of capital gains tax on any reason.
So he kind of did say, you're right, Bread Crochets kind of did say that actually. More or less that we can't know. And that's bad, the long and short of it.
That the capital gains are necessarily declared in the right country, and so on, because these figures are not devolved to Scotland. So the estimates are enormous. But even if the estimates were right, there are things that are wrong about the statement. The statement reflects government income in Scotland, but expenditure for Scotland. They're not the same thing, of course. They're not government expenditure for Scotland, they're government expenditure in the whole of the UK, which is deemed by London to be for the benefit of Scotland. So this isn't a Scottish statement on the expenditure side. It's a UK statement on the expenditure side, which has dumped part of its costs onto Scotland, whether appropriately or not. And the income side does not include the tax paid on that expenditure by the UK government, which is outside Scotland, but which is claimed to be for the benefit of Scotland. In other words, the income side is automatically understated as a result. In fact, even if, in theory, the income and expenditure were the same, they couldn't be, because the tax is not credited to Scotland on all the expenditure. And whenever the government spends, of course, it does become somebody's income, so tax is paid, and that's why that's important. So this system is designed not to balance, and it's designed not to balance in the rest of the UK's benefit and to Scotland's cost. And the result is that Scotland is reported as having a deficit in the year 2019-20 of 8.6% of its total income. There's no other country, no other region in Europe which has an equivalent accounting exercise undertaken for it, which has a deficit like that. The worst member of the EU is Romania in this sense, and it has a deficit of 4.3%, half of that of Scotland. Countries like Denmark, which are almost the same size and in some ways have the same advantages and disadvantages as Scotland, have a surplus in the year. So there's no reason why Scotland is in this situation. The statement simply doesn't reflect the reality of Scotland's situation. Now, I can't tell you what the right number is, because the data isn't collected to tell you the right number. But I can tell you that the data is biased, for all the reasons I've already noted, that the income is understated, the expenditure is overstated, and as a consequence, the deficit is definitely too high.
Right, okay, so hang on. So this figure that every single year Scotland is looking at to determine, amongst other things, whether or not they can function as an independent country and survive economically as an independent country. The figures are wrong. Right, so that's what we're being told here. Something that supports that is that when you look at other countries in the EU that are similarly sized, they don't have anywhere near the figures that are in this statement. So something is deeply wrong. But as he said, we can't know how wrong it is. Right, so I'm with that so far. Right, so cool. In the Welsh version, has us paying 2.9% of GDP on defence, way higher than any comparable country. Right, so again, that's something that would be evened out. So you're saying that's inaccurate as a figure, or is that the actual figure? Right, last minute of this one.
I wish the Scottish Government would try to get the data to be better. I wish the government in the UK would try to collect the data that is required for the Scottish Government to get it better. But, most of all, I wish the UK government would stop dumping costs on Scotland which have nothing to do with it, and which it wouldn't incur of its own free will, and which are completely inappropriate for inclusion in this statement as a result, because they reflect the decisions of London and not any decision that Scotland has or ever will make. So, JERS is political. It's not a true statement of account. It's a choice to present a particular view of Scotland, and we know that's true. This statement was first created by a Tory Secretary of State for Scotland in 1992, Ian Lang, and he intended that it showed that Scotland could never be independent.
Right, so this is what I was waiting for, is the origin of this figure. So this inaccurate figure that suggests that Scotland can't survive on its own came from the Tories. And that makes sense, doesn't it?
It still is political. It's a lot better now than it was when he created it. I do not deny that it has improved in quality, but it's still a politically biased and even rigged statement to make sure that a particular view is presented by data that is chosen for its inappropriateness to answer the question, which is, what is Scotland's true deficit? It gives no clue what Scotland's deficit would be if it was independent. But even what is Scotland's deficit now? It's simply overstated, it's wrong, it's crap, and frankly, it should be consigned to the bin. I'm Richard Murphy. Thanks for watching.
There you go.
Subscribe to this.
It's crap. But that was good. Folks, as always, with all of these videos, I'll be dropping the links in the Discord. So get yourself in the Discord if you like discussing politics 24/7 off stream. Or sharing memes, sharing pet pictures, sharing good tunes, whatever you like to do. Right, that was interesting. Cheers for that call in 87. I think my biggest takeaway from that is it's fucking complicated. Right, I don't mean that flippantly, in the sense that I have any kind of apathy towards it. What worries me is that the economics of this, by virtue of the fact that Scotland is leaning on a figure that is inaccurate at the moment, the complexity of this surpasses even the economics of Brexit, which was quite complicated in itself. Maybe that won't be so relevant, right? Because with Brexit, as we know, the economics of the thing wasn't particularly important to most people involved, particularly not on the Leave side of things. It became an emotional argument. It does worry me when economics is this complicated. It worries me that a Scottish voter who is convinced that Scotland can't survive away from Westminster control is relying on a figure to tell them that requires something like this video to wake them up. But I'm glad that it exists, and hopefully when we inevitably get onto IndieRef 2, there'll be more voices like this. But we can only hope that they're shouting loud enough. Okay, folks. Right, so it's going to be a bit more TLDR news. Because for my money, they are making the best videos about this. And then we'll get onto the debates. That'll be fun, won't it? The best thing about these debates is I've picked debates that are probably going to be a bit funny. So I thought that'll be quite interesting. Because we'll know the hard facts after this. So we can watch a debate and we can have some fun. Right? Let's start with 3 arguments in favour of Scottish independence. Actually, do you know what? I'll give you a poll, alright? What do we want first? For or against? Which video should we start with? Reasons for Scottish independence or reasons against? Right, here's the poll coming at you. I'll give you a minute. Yeah? Here it is. There's your vote, folks. Yorkshire Pudding, how you doing? Good to see you, my friend. You alright? Got 1 vote for. 4's taking it so far. And it's 4 ahead, 4 storming ahead. And it's 4 and against is pulling alongside. And it's against, taking 4 and against. Neck and neck. Who will take the victory here? It's ready for the one. And it's talking to people for. And voted on people. And it's against is pulling ahead. Against is pulling a storming ahead for the victory. Right towards the line. Well, this is unprecedented. And it's against for the runaway victory. And it's against taking it to the end. Right. Somebody clip that. Right. There you go. So we're starting with against. Fair enough. What I've got, I've made notes again, by the way. I'm making notes more often on stream as we tackle more complex topics. So what I've got here, if anyone's interested in my own notes, so I've got 4. Now this isn't comprehensive, all right. In my notes, I've got 4. Scotland can write their own laws. Scotland has a diversified economy with strengths that include fishing industry, life sciences industry, shipbuilding industry, software industry, and whiskey industry. I've got Scotland controls 96% of the UK's oil, 63% of the UK's natural gas production. And I've got Scotland is a leader in green energy and would no doubt have made greater leaps in green energy had Westminster not held them back from a policy making point of view. And then from against, I've got less points, but I've got the points that I think mattered to me in terms of discussing this, and the points that I think will get thrown at me in this argument the most. One of which is Scotland paying less into the Union than it pays out. But I take that with a pinch of salt now after seeing that video. So the argument would be that if they left, they would have to cut spending or raise taxes in some way to make up for that. Again, that comes into question now. But the other point is on borders. So we've already discussed that briefly. As I say, I think we overestimate the complication of the Scotland-England border when it comes to something like this. If the appetite is there, it makes it easier. And then the euro, right? The condition of EU membership is still that you take the euro on, so that would have to be considered in some way. Right. Yes, Cross Crescent Creed, you gotta have the notes. That. I like my handwriting. See, there you go. Proper notes. What we like. I don't just rock up. I don't just roll out of bed and get in this chair and press go live, you know. This is a well-researched, quality piece of content you're watching, folks. You won't find anything else like this out there, I promise you. Read and write their own laws until they join the EU. Don't go all Brexiteer on me, Yorkshire pudding. Don't use Brexiteer language with me. Right, so we're starting with against. So 3 arguments against Scottish independence, yeah? Have it. Right, skip through this.
Independence or the Union by grabbing our new pins. The link's down below.
Doing pins?
10% off code.
It's a good little bit of merch, actually.
A couple of weeks ago, we made a video outlining the reasons people might back Scottish independence. So today, we're going to have a look at the other side of it. So the 3 arguments we're going to have a look at are, firstly, the post-Brexit border argument, secondly, the money argument, and thirdly, the currency argument.
That's kind of what I was talking about. See? They're stealing my ideas.
Always with these 3 arguments videos, these aren't intended as an exhaustive list of arguments against Scottish independence.
Noted.
They're just ones we've chosen. Equally, we're not endorsing any of these arguments, we're just presenting them. Disclaimers aside, let's get into it. So, argument number 1, the border argument. This argument is relatively simple. In the 2014 independence referendum, Scottish nationalists argued that there wouldn't be any hard border between England and Scotland because, at the time, the UK was in the EU. Scotland's plan was to leave the UK, then join the EU, which would mean regulatory alignment between England and Scotland, as both would have been part of the EU single market.
Sure, it might have been a bit complicated if Scotland ended up using the euro, but nothing insurmountable. Obviously, post-Brexit, that's not really the case anymore. If Scotland wants to go independent and join the EU, and that is the plan, then there will have to be some sort of regulatory border between England and Scotland, akin to the one between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Now, an English-Scottish border probably wouldn't have the same political tension as the GB-NI border, because unionism in Ireland obviously has a more violent history than unionism in Scotland, but it would still be a logistical nightmare. There are 21 rail and road crossings between Scotland and England, all of which need some sort of border infrastructure, and there would have to be way more checks than there are currently in the Irish Sea. This is because the Irish Sea border works on an at-risk basis. Essentially, some goods don't need to be checked if they're deemed not at risk of continuing into the EU single market. Obviously, because Scotland would actually be in the EU, any goods going between England and Scotland are definitely going into the single market, which means there wouldn't be any at-risk exemptions. Everything would need to be checked. This would be particularly bad because Scotland relies heavily on trade with the UK, and if we've seen anything from Brexit, it's that regulatory borders reduce trade. In fact, estimates from the Centre for European Reform suggest that UK-EU trade has fallen by 14% thanks to Brexit.
But remember that the trade situation with Brexit is a particularly badly handled trade situation, right? So yes, it could be complicated again if it's handled as badly as Brexit was handled. But the two things to consider are, it's not going to be just handled by the shower of bastards in Downing Street. It may not even be handled by the shower of bastards in Downing Street. It may be a new shower of bastards, or it may be handled by a Labour government. Either way, we shouldn't just assume that a border between Scotland and England is going to be just as troublesome as the border that's been created shoddily as a result of Brexit for the EU. Have to be a border if Scotland rejoined the EU. Yeah, so this is the logistics of that. And now, obviously, there's the data for you. We all know that Brexit's been a shit show, but the Scotland border doesn't necessarily have to be the same kind of shit show.
The other option would be for Scotland not to join the EU, but this would severely limit Scotland's regulatory flexibility and isn't currently SNP policy. So that's the border argument. Let's move on to the money argument. The money argument is essentially that an independent Scotland would be poor. As things stand, Scotland runs a fiscal deficit of about £2,500, which means that Scotland receives £2,500 in government spending more per person than it pays in taxes.
Right, so this is I think, the same figures that we've just had dismantled in the last video, right?
This is largely because government spending by region is determined by the Barnett formula, which tends to send more money to poorer regions like Scotland and Wales. Given that the average GDP per capita in Scotland is about £30,000, this means that Scotland is currently running a budget deficit of around 8%, which would have been by far the largest in the EU in 2019. Things haven't got any better over the pandemic. Scotland's national deficit would have been 22%.
So those are the figures that we've just seen basically exposed as bollocks. Is there any chance of an un-Brexit? I'd never say never. Never say never. Yeah, for sure. A Brenta, if you will. I like that. The Brenta vote. Oh, what we've seen since the Brexit. The Brenta vote, I could be here in my 60s. Maybe in my 70s. So what we've seen economically, we've seen since the Britain. That's if I'm fucking even still in England. You don't think the UK will rejoin cooling? What, it's not looking likely now, is it? Britain. A sneaky rejoin of the customs union is possible. And that, of course, wouldn't happen under Conservatives, would it? Why the fuck would the EU let them back in? Especially with how much Boris has infuriated France with the sub deal. Yeah, I don't think the Conservative government, wouldn't want to at least be seen to do anything like that. But yeah, the EU is thoroughly soured towards the Johnson government, so they're definitely not going to be getting back in. The Labour government probably be welcomed by the EU in a different way. Just like Starmer was welcomed by the EU and Corbyn was welcomed by the EU. To be fair, the French subs were rubbish. AUKUS debacle. Wait till after Christmas. That's what's the word I'm looking for? Ominous.
In 2020 to 2021. If Scotland wanted to join the EU, it would most likely have to bring that down to 3%, which would amount to a £1,500 drop in per capita public spending. And it's not clear Scotland could afford such a drop, because Scottish public services are already strained. Scotland's PISA scores, which measure educational attainment, are already pretty low compared to the rest of the UK, and Scotland has some pretty scary health outcomes. Pre-COVID, from 2017 to 2019, Scotland had a life expectancy of 79.1 years, with 77.1 years for men and 81.1 years for women. For context, this is about a year below the rest of the UK, at 79.9 and the lowest in Western Europe.
A year.
These numbers get even worse when you zoom into specific areas. For example,
a year.
Born in Glasgow City could expect to live just 3.6 years.
A year. We can give a year, can't we? Even with a Labour government, I don't understand why the EU would ever want them in. As far as I can see, the Brexit referendum stands until the EU inevitably falls. I mean, it's hard to imagine now, isn't it? I can see, though, with an entirely different group of people on both ends. Because you're characterising the EU as a personality with wants and needs. But of course, that's only as true as who's in power. I imagine when there's two different groups of people either side, they can probably start having the conversation again. I'm not saying it's going to happen, to be honest. I've got no clue, but that's why I remain open-minded. Pisa is rubbish. Is that another figure that we've got to take into question, to be fair, on life expectancy? It's fucking cold up there. That is true. We have to take this into account.
About the same in Vietnam. The point is that an independent Scotland would have to significantly reduce public spending, and it's not obvious that Scottish people could afford this. The last argument against independence that we'll mention is the currency question. Now, this often gets complicated pretty quickly, but the basic idea is pretty simple. What currency should an independent Scotland use? Given that the official SNP plan is to join the euro, and given that an independent Scotland won't be able and won't want to negotiate a eurozone opt-out, then the answer to this question is eventually the euro. Nonetheless, even if an independent Scotland decides it wants to use the euro, it'll be a while before that actually happens. EU accession takes a minimum of 3 years and on average 5 years. And these numbers are slightly misleading because, as the EU has got larger and more complicated, the joining process has started to take longer. For example, Iceland, the most recent comparable country to apply for membership in 2009, took a year simply to secure the opening of negotiations and had completed negotiations on only 11 of the 35 chapters when it suspended its application in 2013.
Well, Brexit took 5, so...
And Iceland was already part of the EEA. So, what currency would Scotland use in the meantime? Well, in 2014, the plan was to continue using sterling as part of the formal monetary union with the UK. The rest of the UK weren't particularly keen on this, because it would probably increase the cost of borrowing for them, which is why the leaders of all three main parties at the time rejected this idea outright. In 2018, the SNP Sustainable Growth Commission proposed that an independent Scotland should just use sterling without a formal agreement with the rest of the UK. Unfortunately, this would mean that Scotland wouldn't have any monetary sovereignty, i.e. no say on interest rates or quantitative easing, and would probably mean higher borrowing costs. This is because when the UK borrows, investors know that the UK central bank can always print the money and pay it back, so they're happy to lend money relatively cheaply. If an independent Scotland were to borrow sterling, they wouldn't be able to provide the same guarantee, which means that investors need higher interest rates to accommodate for the increased risk. This is why in 2019 the SNP decided that their plan would be to only use sterling temporarily while they switched to a new Scottish currency. But even then, this wouldn't be easy. It takes time to transition to a new currency. It took Europe about 2 years to adopt the euro, for example. And at the same conference, the SNP also signed up to what are known as the 6 tests, recommended in the Sustainable Growth Commission. Essentially, they won't change currencies until the following 6 tests are met. Number 1, sustainable debt and deficit. Number 2, a credible central bank. Number 3, meets the need of people and businesses. Number 4, enough foreign currency reserves. Number 5, fits our trade patterns. And number 6, decoupled from the rest of the UK's business cycle. During this transition period, Scotland would have the same issues mentioned a second ago, and even then a new currency won't solve the problems. It's likely that a new currency will be weaker than the pound, which means that borrowing in debt services would become more expensive because of Scotland's debt, including whatever UK-wide public debt it agrees to take on post-independence, is denominated in pounds. It's unclear what happens with the euro as well. Would Scotland just not join the euro, or do 2 currency changes in quick succession? And how would Scotland meet the EU's convergence criteria, which require that any candidate country's currency holds stable against the euro for 2 years? Hopefully you get the point. It's unclear what an independent Scotland does with its currency, and there are no easy answers here. What do you think of these arguments though? Do you buy them? What arguments would you make in...
Alright, there you go, we've got the against side of it. Alright. They and we in Wales must have our own currency, so you'd be going through that process then. And it's not insurmountable, is it? It's all about those 6 tests that must be met before they take on their own currency. Is it before they take on their own currency?
In the Sustainable Growth Commission. Essentially, they won't change currencies until the following 6 tests.
Right, yeah, they won't change currencies. But whether to the euro or to their own. Right, okay. That makes sense. The ex-Soviet countries all set up central banks and currencies in the early 90s. As part of their transition to capitalism, yes. The SNP are wrong on this. So what's the SNP? So what would be the SNP's argument for the euro? You would say that they should have their own currency instead. Got it. Okay. Right, so we've got the against. Let's have the for. I do like how critical they are. They did this with something else that we watched, and I can't remember what. What was it? What was it now? God, do you know what? I can't even remember. There's another TLDR video where they argued from 2 points of view, but they argued them just as critically, which is good. That's what they should be doing. It's good journalism. Sovereign nation with its own currency can't go bust. And that's something that they didn't mention. Was the strengths. Maybe they'll mention the strengths of their own currency in this one. Don't know if it's going to be the flip reverse of the other video, or if it's going to be different arguments. But I'm interested to see.
This video was brought to you by the TLDR store.
Cheers.
This obviously isn't a comprehensive list of arguments, but we'll be picking the most significant ones in our eyes. Then, in a future video, we'll be taking the opposite side and look at reasons to stay. So be sure to ring the bell icon to be notified when that video is
Ring the alarm.
Anyway, we thought we should do this video now because recently there's been reports that the SNP have nearly agreed a pro-independence pact with the Scottish Green Party. which would give them an outright majority in the Scottish Parliament. So the SNP
That's what they've got.
will be increasing their power.
So we're there now.
And their manifesto says that they plan on introducing an independence referendum bill in Parliament by the end of this sitting. So we're sort of making this video in anticipation.
So they're working on that now. This is happening
The
now.
arguments we're going to focus on here are 1. UK politics is becoming too focused on England. 2. More devolution isn't going to happen. And 3. The how bad can it be argument. So let's start with the first one. The UK's England centricity. More and more, the various nations of the UK have developed their own political climates. Scotland, for instance, is dominated by the SNP. In the 2019 general election, the SNP won 48 out of the 59 available seats, with a 45% plurality of the vote. And they've been doing it for a while. Since 2015, they've always held well over 35 seats, so significantly over half the available seats. By contrast, Wales is reliably Labour, and Labour have held a majority of Welsh Westminster seats since, well, forever. And despite a downturn under Corbyn, Labour had their best performance ever in the Welsh Assembly elections this year, winning nearly 40% of the vote. Northern Ireland has its own political climate for obvious reasons, and England has become more and more conservative. The problem is that in UK general elections, England has 533 seats up for grabs. The Conservatives have won a plurality of seats in England in every election since Tony Blair in 2005, and even when they lost to Blair in 2005, they still won a plurality of English votes. Obviously, because England has by far the most seats, essentially whoever wins in England wins the general election and gets to govern the rest of the UK. Of course, this makes sense insofar as the majority of the UK lives in England, but you can see how this might be politically frustrating from a Scottish perspective. It doesn't matter if you, or even the whole of Scotland, votes for the SNP or whoever else, because all that really matters is England. On to the second argument. Devolution.
So, lack of democracy is another way of putting that. No democracy exists if your vote does fuck all.
Isn't an option. A potential solution to the UK's England centricity would be more devolution, and this is exactly what happened in 1997. However, unionists today are less keen on devolution, because they think it actually encourages anti-union independence movements. Boris Johnson, for example, reportedly called Scottish devolution a disaster for precisely this reason back in November of last year. The long and short of it is that most unionists today think that the SNP were helped by devolution, rather than devolution squashing the independence.
Just keep in mind that dude's ego in this. This is a significant factor, right? Is that Johnson is determined to not have the breaking up of the union on his CV. Just keep that in mind. Ego. We must keep ego in mind in political situations like this.
Yeah. The long and short of it is that most unionists today think that the SNP were helped by devolution, rather than devolution squashing the independence movement. And, well, they're probably right. Every time that Westminster has devolved powers to Scotland, whether it be in 1997 when the Scottish Assembly was first formed, or the Scotland Act in 2016 which gave Scotland more tax-varying powers, support for Scottish independence has continued to tick up. And this means that today unionists are unlikely to devolve power any further, in the fear that it will only encourage independent sentiment. And we saw this in the aftermath of Brexit. Pre-Brexit, agriculture, fisheries, food standards and environmental policies were all decided by the EU. After Brexit, however, these powers were going to default to the devolved governments. Hypothetically, this would have meant Scotland having different food standards to England, which would have been a logistical nightmare. So on October 17th, Westminster, Holyrood, the Synod and Stormont all agreed to develop common frameworks, which must be mutually agreed by the four governments, essentially fostering cooperation between the four. In the end, however, the UK decided just to take back all of the powers for themselves, with the Internal Markets Act passed in December 2020, without asking permission from any of the devolved governments. This was a violation of the Sewell Convention, which states that Westminster shouldn't legislate on devolved matters without the consent of the devolved governments. And this was only the second recent violation, after the UK government agreed the Brexit withdrawal agreement, which all the devolved assemblies were against. The point is that today's unionists don't like devolution, hence their willingness to violate the Sewell Convention, and are unlikely to allow any further devolution. If anything, they're apparently more likely than ever to take back the devolved powers, which means that the UK's politics isn't likely to get less Westminster or England focused anytime soon. And if devolution is an option...
Just in summary there, the Johnson government are a bunch of corrupt bastards. Just a little summary there for you, just in case anybody missed that.
Then, well, your only real choice is independence. So the third argument is the how bad can it be argument. Unionists often claim that independence would be a complete disaster. What currency would Scotland use? How would it afford its current standard of public services, given that it currently runs at a fiscal deficit? What would happen to the England-Scotland border if Scotland joined the EU? What would Scotland do in the event of an invasion, say by the Norwegians, given that they don't have an army? And could the UK block their accession into NATO? But really, how bad could it be plausibly? We've had a lot of political doomsayers recently. Trump's election was supposed to mean nuclear war with North Korea or Iran. Brexit was supposed to mean an immediate recession, endemic food shortages, and massive queues at Dover. We're not saying that Brexit or Trump was smooth sailing, but they weren't as bad as they could have been. And the same thing...
That was a bit early, wasn't it? On that, shall we have that again? What was that you said there?
Called doomsayers recently. Trump's election was supposed to mean nuclear war with North Korea or Iran.
Right, so that didn't happen, clearly. But what was the next point?
Brexit was supposed to mean an immediate recession, endemic food shortages, and massive queues at Dover.
Ooh. Food shortages? Check. Fair enough. But they didn't see the petrol crisis coming, did they, folks? They might have jumped the gun a little bit on that one. Oh, scary Norwegians. It could be very bad how bad they get independence and then we just invade them. They went very quickly to defence, didn't they, Yorkshire Pudding? Through defence in there. They don't have an army. Of course, the Scottish had an incredible military might before the Union, and I'm sure they can again. That's what my mate Nick says. We've been through one massive constitutional change. Why not another? It's fair, isn't it? And this should not be held up as an example of what's to come. Because as I say, this may not have to be handled by the Johnson government. Yeah, fair enough. Anything handled by these lot is going to be an absolute shit show. Dominic Raab, who doesn't know the importance of the Dover-Calais crossing, now Deputy Prime Minister, if he's the dude handling this, then yeah, it's going to be a shit show. But it doesn't have to be them. Chances are it'll be a Conservative government, though. So...
I'm not saying that Brexit or Trump was smooth sailing, but they weren't as bad as they could have been. And the same thing might be true for Scottish independence. Sure, it won't be smooth sailing, but Scotland could get through it. And then, well, they could be an impressive country in their own right. Again, we should stress that we're not saying we buy this argument. It's just an argument that nationalists often make that we thought was worth including. Anyway, once Scotland is through the rough, it definitely has some things going for it. Scotland is uniquely well prepared for climate change, with phenomenal renewable energy capacity thanks to large amounts of wind and hydropower potential. In 2020, Scotland produced 31.8 terawatt hours of renewable energy, mostly coming from wind. with 60.3% being onshore and 10.7% offshore. And for context, that's enough to power every Scottish household for nearly 3.5 years.
Yes.
And that capacity is expected to increase by 120% over the next few years. Essentially, Scotland already produces more renewable energy than it needs, and this gives them more power than just the electrical kind, with them selling excess electricity to the rest of the UK, to a tune of £760 million a year already. Scotland is also very well educated. In fact, some 45% of Scots have a university education, making Scotland the most educated country in Europe. The point is that while there'll be some stuff to sort out, how bad could it really be? And once Scotland gets through the worst of it, it arguably has the fundamentals of being a successful country in its own right. Anyway, those are the arguments, and I want to know what you think. Do you buy these arguments? And
they didn't mention the oil, did they? Didn't mention the oil. Scotland controls 96% of the UK's oil and 63% of the natural gas production of the UK. That was good. That was even-handed. I liked it. What do we think of that, folks? To be honest, it would be sad if they left. Most of us get along together very well. We are like brothers and sisters. Still be brothers and sisters. But you don't collect your sister's wages and pay a mortgage. Yeah, a hard border would be sad. I agree, Yorkshire pudding. And I think that will be determined by who gets to handle this. I would even argue that it's something that should be I mean, you can't pause it until you want it, can you? It's not how it works, but I would almost want it to be paused until someone other than Johnson is in power, because I just think it will be an absolute shit show. That's the biggest chance of a hard border. I think Scotland gets more money from England than they pay in. So we had that one, but the figures for that are questionable. I won't watch the whole video again. I refuse, but take it with a pinch of salt. That's why they say if they leave, it would be something like £2,000 less per person. What would be? What would be less? I need to declare an interest here. Alright. Declare your interest. You're a raging Welsh nationalist. So you have an interest in seeing a Scottish independence case study go well then. That, for my money, is going to be very important to this smooth sailing Scottish independence movement. Yeah. That's how much money Scotland would lose if they got independence. We did look at those figures and they're a bit suspect, because Scotland's deficit isn't calculated accurately. The body, what we basically learned earlier was that the body that calculates the Scottish deficit doesn't calculate it based on accurate figures at all. Of course, it's set up by the Tories, but it's also a biased calculation. Right, party people, I'm going to grab a drink. I'm going to grab another Belgian beer. I'm going to grab a water. I love England like a brother. Don't collect your sister's wages and pay her mortgage. I remember that one. I like that one. Right, spare with me 1 second. Also, folks, can we just take time to realise that we've passed 502. We're on 502. We've passed 500 followers, folks. Fucking Britain. It's happened. I was waiting. I was watching it. Ticking. 500 followers, folks. We're a 500 strong fucking community here. And I love you all. Isn't it fucking great? Thank you very much, folks. Alright, bear with me 1 second. Yes. Cheers, little apples. But it is us that's paying for their mortgage, aka paying for their education, healthcare, etc. Us? Who's us? What, the English? Do you not think that they're paying for their own education and healthcare? Yorkshire pudding. So they're not paying for their own healthcare and education. Come on, think about it. Think about how taxes work, mate. Grab a whiskey drink, he'll grab a... What's that from now? Oh, there's a song that's got that in. We'll grab a whiskey drink, we'll grab a lager drink. And the songs that remind him of the good times. That's not the bit that I remember though, that's something else, isn't it? Google that. Chumbawamba, yes! Yorkshire pudding, Chumbawamba. I get knocked down, but I get up again. Yeah, brilliant. The only two areas of the UK in surplus are London and the South East. There you go, that's worth bearing in mind. All is not as it seems. Weaknesses in the UK economy. In the night away. Need to get it set up so that I can play some TOS songs. That's one thing that's been on my to-do list. Chumbawamba were anarchists, weren't they? I know there's some interesting history to Chumbawamba, isn't there? I can't think what it is. The band's collective political view, where was that now? The band's collective political views are often described as anarchist. They made several songs about the UK miners' strike, including the cassette Common Ground and a song dedicated to the pit village of Fitzwilliam, which was one of the worst cases of economic decline following the strike. Brilliant stuff. It's too bad they were shit. Of course, it would have been a bit better if they weren't a one-hit wonder. Oh yeah, Amnesia. Okay, they had a few others. Alright, fair enough, fair enough. That wasn't quite fair. And you know, to each their own. To each their own. Am I gonna have to do a Chumbawamba deep dive at some point, Yorkshire Pudding? Trash Theory has a good video. Oh, what, on YouTube? Threw water over somebody. It's a very rock and roll thing, isn't it? Bit of water. I'd throw a bucket of paint on somebody if I was in a punk band. They're a punk band? They're a rock band. Drawing on genres such as punk rock, pop and folk. Went on live TV and sang the song with different lyrics. That reminds me of, there's a great video of Nirvana singing Smells Like Teen Spirit. I think the story goes that they forced them to mime. I've just realised this isn't any way related, but I'll say it anyway. They forced them to mime on Top of the Pops. That was it, on Top of the Pops. Of course, on Top of the Pops you don't sing songs, you mime along. But they were so pissed off at this, the notion of having to mime, that they just sang nonsense along with it that just didn't even match the lyrics. Did I watch that? Would that be TOS? Yeah, of course it would, because copyright. Top of the Pops plays the copyright version. So they got banned, they got knocked out. Barely, didn't they get up again? After. Right. As we're past the 2-hour mark, folks, I will say that any way that you can support the stream, if you enjoy my content, if you'd like to throw me a sub or a gift sub or some bits, always appreciate the support. The more support that I get, the more I can afford to stream, and I fucking love to stream. Right? Love it. Sally Sausage, how you doing? They got knocked down. You'll never keep them down though. I'll get banned. I'll get knocked down. I'll get up. Keep me down. Oh yeah, I forgot the other one, folks. If you've got Amazon Prime, link up your Twitch account and you can subscribe for free. And you can do that each month as well. Because as we know, this great platform is owned by the overlord, Jeff Bezos. Lot of apples! Thank you so much for gifting us up to Bread Crochets. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, mate. Bread Crochets, enjoy those emotes. Lot of apples, you are lovely and so generous. Thank you so much, I really appreciate that. And your lack of adverts, Bread Crochets, of course. No adverts for you anymore, mate. Right, should we have the next video, folks? Right, so we've had arguments for and against. We've had the overview of how it all works. Let's have a bit of a debate now. Right. Right, so I've got 2 videos. You'll like these, I think. So the first one we've got Scottish comedians debating Scottish independence, and then we've got Scottish novelists debating Scottish independence. This should be quite fun. Let's have. In fact, no. What am I talking about? We've had a bit of democracy earlier. Let's have a bit of democracy again. Why not? Let's have another poll. Right, new poll. Comedians or novelists? Who do you want to see debating Scottish independence first? They're both Channel 4 videos. That helps you decide. Don't know why it would. Comedians or novelists? Alright, 1 minute. Let's have it. What have we got? I'm on my second bottle of Force Majeure. Force Majeure, the good folks at Force Majeure, if you're watching, I will accept a sponsorship. If anybody else is teetotal out there, this is a lovely non-alcoholic Belgian beer. I very much recommend it. You give us too much democracy, we may want full independence. I'm playing I'm towing the... What am I trying to say? I'm walking a tightrope, Red Crochets. I'm taking a risk. Giving a little bit. Hoping that it doesn't end up with a full-blown independence movement. Alright, comedians has taken it. Right, so we're starting with comedians. That's what I had loaded up. Lucky, isn't it? Alright. So who are the comics, they'll say? Oh. Got any sound there? Sorry, Yorkshire Pudding. So it says Scotland made 63 billion, including North Sea oil revenue. It benefited from about 99 billion in public spending. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so those are the figures we were looking at earlier.
So what do other comics make of Scottish independence? Well, before Eddie Izzard takes to the stage, his audience will be warmed up by Scottish comedian Andy Todd, who supports the...
Andy Todd, all right.
Earlier I spoke to him and to comedian Fern Brady, who'd like to see Scotland gain independence. And I began by asking Fern what she thought of Eddie Izzard going north to convince Scots to stay in the Union.
I'm tired of...
I don't remember Eddie Izzard doing this, fucking hell. I do not remember Eddie Izzard going up and fighting for Scotland to remain in the UK. So 36 billion from England and Wales to help in their education system and healthcare. Yeah, and 63 billion isn't there? Do you see my point? You can't fund somebody if you're given a third. Do you see what I mean? You were implying that they were entirely paid for by that. And also, we're not going back and watching the video that throws all of those numbers under scrutiny. But trust me, you might have to go back and watch the VOD. But the way that that's calculated is off. So just bear that in mind. Mr. Pooples, thank you very much for the follow. Great username. 500 follows, folks. Britain. Scotland do well out of the Barnett formula, but I don't think that is right. Seems like we've got to take a healthy dose of salt with a lot of these figures that we've seen tonight. We've seen the flaws in them as well. Sorry, not 100%. Yeah. Like I say, the outweigh has been called into question.
English people love bombing us to try and get us to come back. We've had 300 years of a union, and it's not really.
Brilliant. I've missed the first part of that. Let's have that again.
I'm tired of English people love bombing us to try and get us to come back. We've had 300 years of.
This is why I wanted. This is why I wanted the comedians talking about it, not the experts yet. We've had enough of experts, as Brexiteers love to shout. But in all seriousness, it's good to hear comedians talking about it. We do need a laugh. Queen Janie, thank you very much for the follow. I was watching your stream earlier, my friend. It's good to have you in the Twitch politics community. Started to catch some of your streams. I'll give you a shout out. I don't want to put you on the spot. Folks, go and give Queen Janie a follow. Because we are one of the very, very few British politics streamers on this platform. So I hope you enjoy checking out their content with me. Good to have you in here, mate. How you doing? Hope you're alright. Just checking out some Scottish comedians debating Scottish independence. I love that start. We're sick of the British love bombing us.
We've had 300 years of a union, and it's not really persuaded us. I think we're completely separate as a culture.
You don't find it flattering that people are saying don't go?
I'm having a very good stream. Thank you, Queen Janie.
I went to Edinburgh University that has a lot of posh Southern English Tories, and when I was there they used to have State of the Union dinners, and it was the same young Tories that would berate the commoners.
Yeah, Yorkshire pudding, that's a good point. And to be fair, when you look at the policies that the SNP and the Green Party are putting forward together, it's an incredibly progressive set of policies. On everything from social healthcare to LGBTQ plus rights. So really, something like drug legalization, at least just weed, I reckon that'd be a conversation they'd very quickly start to have. To be honest, I think it's a conversation that they'll start to have even before Indie Ref 2, but we'll have to see.
So they had their chance to prove that they loved Scottish people then, and I don't buy it.
Andy Todd, I mean, what is your pitch to the audience at this gig tonight?
Well, we're really looking at the best of both worlds. Well, I think we share a common culture, and there's a very good example with that with James Bond. James Bond is the quintessential English spy, but everyone knows the best Bond was Scottish.
You're a pro-independent Scot based in London. What's going to happen to you?
I don't think they're going to boot me out. They don't boot any of the other immigrants out. But from a cultural viewpoint, put it this way, I get a lot of laughs doing gigs in England by playing up to Scottish stereotypes and doing a sort of blackface for English people where slag off being Scottish, and I don't like it. I feel like we're colonised by England. And I just find it depressing because I'm not a self-loathing Scot.
And why are you ultimately against independence?
I'm not against independence. I'm for the best of both worlds. I think that a strong United Kingdom is better than having Scotland go it alone. Alex Salmond talked about Scotland's future in their Scottish Government's white paper. That paper set out a vision of the future which said that one day that Scotland could be as big and as powerful as Norway. That's not ambition to me. Eddie Izzard talks about Scotland and the United Kingdom being part of a family. I think Scotland's a bit like your younger brother. And the way the Yes campaign has set out their...
There's the brother-sister thing again. But as Cool in 87 pointed out, and I will not forget it, you don't pay your sister's taxes and your brother's mortgage.
Promises is like your younger brother coming to you and saying that he's now living alone just because he set up a tent in the garden.
That is quite funny though, to be fair.
Now living alone just because he set up a tent in the garden.
Fun.
I feel more like Scotland's a battered wife trying to escape domestic abuse and trying to beg for us to come back. And it isn't going to happen. We've had 300 years of it and it isn't working. On April Fool's Day, The Guardian had stuff mocking us, saying that Alex Salmond's head was on coins. And sorry to seem humourless as a comedian, but it's getting a bit old.
What do you think the impact will be of Eddie Izzard's campaign then?
Well, I hope that Eddie is able to highlight just the strengths that we have as a United Kingdom, the shared bonds that we have, and anything that he can do to throw a spotlight on that is fantastic.
Isn't there a problem, though, with the comedian being fundamentally pro-establishment?
Well, I think the establishment in Scotland is the Scottish Government and the Yes campaign and the SNP. So, in fact, Eddie is actually anti-establishment up here.
Well, is it the anti-establishment thing to be pro-union?
No. So, no, I don't think it is at all. Do you not think it's no coincidence that Eddie Izzard comes from a posh background and now he's moving into politics more and he returns to this pro-union stance? It's Tories that want a union.
Can anybody tell me if Eddie Izzard is a Tory? Just something that I don't know. Let's have a look. No. At least not now. So this is a tweet from him. This was 2019. Here's just one of the reasons not to vote Conservative. Think tactically. Don't let Boris Trump destroy our NHS. Right, so he couldn't be clearer there. However, hang on, Independent 2017. Eddie Izzard, Eddie Izzard, you won't make a difference if you join Labour's NEC. They're part of the problem on Brexit. Okay, so he's still part of Labour then. But just so happens to be strongly unionist. Okay. Eddie Izzard in July 2021, becoming an MP is still my goal. Actually, also, I must apologise from the perspective of an ally here, because I think I may have, yes, I have accidentally misgendered Eddie Izzard. So apologies. She is a Labour supporter. Apologies, folks. I'm getting confused. We're going back and forth in time. Remember him on question? Yeah. Do you remember her on Question Time with Nigel Farage? Yes, I do. Didn't she obliterate him? Farage, from what I remember. We might have to give that a watch afterwards. Right, let's finish up the last bit of this.
And he returns to this pro-union stance. It's Tories that want a union.
Well, I think that Eddie's profile will give the campaign a real boost with showing just what this means for the rest of the United Kingdom. This is an issue that is purely for the Scottish people, but it affects more than that. And I think that those voices from outside of Scotland should be heard, and we should listen to those as well.
All right, so on to the novelists, yeah? All right, so we've had comedians. Now let's have some novelists. And then we'll get back to the experts. This isn't going to turn into a Michael Gove stream. We will have experts. Why would anyone listen to someone who isn't Scottish about Scottish independence? Very good point. Very good point. And I'm That slight dig at me, bread crochets, isn't going over my head. Don't worry. I read your message loud and clear. I'll just go fuck myself. Let's jump into this then. I don't know who's in this one. Again, they'll introduce.
I haven't.
I keep forgetting to put the subtitles on, folks. If I do forget, just shout at me. I won't be offended. I do forget sometimes.
Let's hope so. Now, the authors Martin Amis and Irvine Welsh are famous for chronicling the darker underside of modern Britain. Martin Amis in London Fields, Lionel Asburn Money, homing in on the unsavoury excesses of the 80s and 90s in the English capital. Welsh chronicling the equally unsavoury low lives and druggies of
What film was this? That looks great. I don't remember that film.
And Irvine Welsh are famous for chronicling the darker underside of modern Britain. Martin Amis in London Fields, Lionel Asburn Money.
Money BBC Two drama. Oh, bloody hell. Let's have a quick trailer for that. That looks great. With Nick... What's his name? That's true, bread crochets. I've tried to stay neutral up until this point. 6 years ago, was it? Nick Frost. Nick Frost. Yeah, Yorkshire pudding, thank you. Have a quick look at this. I hadn't heard of this show.
This is a film called Money.
And along came greed.
Welcome to the Big A.
Agreed for everything. Dream big, win big. And
Quality's awful.
for it on and make your move, be bold. But some got too hungry.
Who's paying for all this?
Did I go too far?
Oh, it's Pete from Mad Men. Brilliant actor. TOS, TOS, TOS.
From the novel by Martin Amis. Starts next Sunday at 9 on BBC Two.
Relax, don't do it. Down, down, down. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Does look good, doesn't it? I'm going to catch that. Right.
Homing in on the unsavoury excesses of the 80s and 90s in the English capital. Welsh chronicling the equally unsavoury low lives and druggies of Edinburgh during the same period, most famously in Trainspotting, book and film. But both have expressed an enduring love for their home countries. While Irvine Welsh is furiously tweeting in favour of Scottish independence, Martin Amis says being English is a source of quiet pride. They have something in common. They both now live on the other side of the ocean in the USA. Irvine Welsh in Chicago, Martin Amis in New York. Are they taking cover as the English love bombs rain in on Scotland? And does Martin Amis translate his love of England into a love for a United Kingdom in its current form? Well, let's find out. Welcome to you both. Let me start with you, Martin Amis in New York.
This should be quite good. Irvine Welsh is not a man who minces his words.
Imagine waking up on Friday morning and Scotland is now an independent country. Martin Amis, how will you feel?
I feel bereft, I think. This is just what I've been used to all my life, and I feel there is a sort of identity, there's certainly a literary identity with Ireland and Scotland. And I think it's a leap in the dark. Salman is right when he says it's unprecedented. It's Eric Hobsbawm, writing in the year 2000, said it had never happened, that pressure from below had brought about a secession. You know, when Czechoslovakia broke up, it was called a velvet divorce, but public opinion was never more than 30-odd% in favor of it. This is very unusual. This is unprecedented.
You have wrote a lot about Englishness, but how important has the Scottish mix in Britain been to your own sense of identity?
Well, I've just taken it for granted. It's always been there, and when I go to Scotland, I feel this is part of the United Kingdom, and it's the UK.
Live from New York, of course.
What would be left of it if Scotland got out is a very diminished country, entity.
Are you surprised by, I mean, you know, the debate in the last few weeks has been incredibly passionate. You've heard the Prime Minister today almost tearful as he was pleading with Scots against the notion of divorce.
Oh, stop
Does
it.
surprise you, watching all this unfold from the other side of the pond, that it's taken so long for people in London, especially the politicians, to realise what is at stake here?
Yes, it's been on the table more or less for decades, and we always assumed there would be a comforting large no vote, and it's changed. And now there's a kind of clearly a national fever in Scotland, and it's the people. It's not being imposed from above. It's spontaneous. And why has it suddenly become so intolerable to be part of this union?
Okay, well, let's put that. Let's put.
Not sudden. It's not sudden. It doesn't just appeared out of thin air. An interesting way to position it. How do they both live in the USA? Why wouldn't anyone listen to someone who doesn't live in Scotland about Scottish independence? Yeah, as you say, as Bread Crochet says, it does significantly weaken their argument, I suppose, a bit, doesn't it?
To me.
Let's put that to Irvin Welsh, who's all the way over in Chicago. It's very odd talking to both of you on the other side of the Atlantic, but there we go. Irvin Welsh, you heard Martin Amos there. Why is it suddenly so intolerable for Scots to be part of Britain when it's been the case for so long? What's so intolerable for you to be part of this union?
I don't think it's ever been intolerable for Scots to be part of Britain. I think what has become intolerable is to be part of an old elitist imperialist state, a very centralised state called the United Kingdom, which to me is a very, very different animal from Britain. And I think that's really what people are voting against. They're voting for democracy, and they're voting for a chance to improve their own lives.
There you go. So that's something that we haven't.
It's not like
we haven't had that so far as the part of the argument. What have I just done there? This notion of Britain being different as an entity from the United Kingdom. That distinction hasn't been made yet, I don't think, in anything that we've seen tonight. That's quite interesting. So it's an imperialist, centralised entity, the United Kingdom. Hey, Scullery the Frog, how you doing? Good to see you, mate. You alright?
The way that the media have framed this, it's as if, you know, that Scotland's going to sort of kind of saw itself off at the Cheviots and go off to Iceland. It's not. All that's happening is a change of government. Basically, people are running their own affairs. That's got to be a good thing. It's got to be a good thing for Scotland, and I think the knock-on effects for England are immense as well. And I think, you know, that it's an exciting change. As Martin has said there, it's from the people. It's democracy at a grassroots level. It's not from the top down. It's not from the tired political classes and the elites. And it's not about some kind of shabby heritage thing about all sticking together because we always have.
Right.
It's about trying to work out a modern set of arrangement that's to benefit people in this country.
But would you be saying what you're saying?
So that's it, isn't it? It's that, to be fair, we haven't really seen... well, we haven't watched a video that's on the emotional level yet, but this is the fight that really is going to be probably the loudest when this actually comes to the fore. Just like with Brexit, and I don't want to keep comparing it to Brexit, but I think it's pretty inevitable, isn't it? We'll start off talking about economics, and very quickly we'll start talking about emotions. We'll start talking about everybody's history with Scotland and England, and I would go and visit my granny up in Edinburgh when I was a kid, and she'd show us around the hills, and I'd hate to think that that wasn't possible after Scotland leaving, and all this kind of shite will basically become a lot louder than the facts. Now, I don't want to be overly cynical. We see things through an emotional lens as human beings, right? We see things from our perspective and our experience, and we try and apply logic to that as best we can, objectively. But I do always try and stay wary of the fact that this romantic notion of it sticking together is something that should be taken out of the equation when we talk about this. You know, we won't have, we shouldn't have any say as English people as to how this referendum is carried out. But what I would like to see is less talk about the old romantic notions of the Union and more talk about what we see today, which is how Westminster treats a devolved government in Scotland. That should be what's debated. Right, rant over. Pretty tired, but that's how these days. I'm sorry, are you not sleeping well? Stream's going very, very well, thank you, Scooter the Frog. I think we're getting into it, aren't we, folks? We're getting into the meat of this debate. I'm happy with how it's going.
Saying now, if there was, let's say, you know, a Labour government in power in London, or I mean, to what extent is what you're saying also a reaction against what some people call the Southern top?
Chips and gravy again. Thank you very much for the follow. Ooh, chips and gravy. You've been banned in over 8 channels, have you? I'm sorry to hear that. Feel free to send me an unban request and tell me why. They were all mistakes.
It's nothing to do with that. I mean, you have to accept, on one level, you have to accept that the economies in the southeast of England and the economies in Scotland are very different. And a unitary state, as Britain is always going to suit the seat of government, and that's where all the finance, that's where all the.
I don't know if you can see that, by the way, folks. I don't think if you can see what Posada bot's done, but basically, I've got a bot that automatically bans somebody from chat if they've been banned in 8 other streams. So, I had a choice of what I could set that as. And in my head I thought, how many channels would somebody have to be banned in before it's probably not about streams, it's about them? And I thought to myself, 8 sounds about right. 8's probably the number where you're probably a bit of a troublemaker. So I set it at 8. So our good friend Chips and Gravy again. It's disappointing because I like that username. I'm almost tempted to unban just on that username basis alone, but I can't be discriminating against. You can't be discriminating positively for good usernames, can you? You're banned in 6 Yorkshire pudding, so you're getting there. You're getting there. Shall I unban? See how bad it can get. It's not a policy. It's a setting. Let's have a look. Thing is, I say this, but then if somebody was saying that about me, I wouldn't come storming back in like, oh, thank you. You know what I mean? I'd be like, fuck off then. So that's probably what will happen. I only seem to be able to write in the evenings, so my days are being pushed further and further into the night because my stress either makes me motivated or just paralyzed. Apparently I can't read in the evenings, apparently. I see what you mean, Scullery the Frog. That's frustrating, isn't it? When your schedule starts becoming kind of out of your hands, unpredictable, how you're best going to be able to work. That could be quite frustrating. Sorry about that.
Investment's going to go. So that's very unsuitable from a Scottish point of view. But
I'm just going to take this back a second because I missed that point from Irvin. Deadlines are all looming. Oh no. Sorry, mate. You can do it. I believe in you.
The seat of government, and that's where all the finance, that's where all the investment's going to go. So that's very unsuitable from a Scottish point of view. But the whole thing is about that extension of democracy. It's about realising that a system is flawed and failed and broken and no longer works. Let's replace it with something modern. Let's not get hung up about the past. Yes, we've all got a common identity, a common heritage. We've all got, the people in Scotland and England and Wales and Ireland have done great things together. They'll continue to do great things together.
Okay.
All they're doing is getting a bit of self-government and a bit of self-control.
Well, let me put that to Martin Amis. The union no longer works. It's not democratic enough. We need fundamental constitutional reform. What's your take on that?
Well, I think there's a lot to be said for embracing self-respect, and that's what Scotland looks.
How you doing, chips and gravy again? There's a lot of communists on here. That's true. As a Brummie. Ooh, hang on. You've been paying attention. What allows you to talk about Scotland? My voice box allows me to talk about Scotland. Would you have me restricted to a Birmingham politics only stream? Chips and gravy. Unban Yorkshire pudding. Yorkshire pudding's not banned. Is this some kind of like proper British food uprising? Chips and gravy and Yorkshire pudding. You restricted to 8 bans. Yep. How come you've been banned in so many places? Come on, let's have a chat. How come you've been banned in so many places? Tell me. I want to know. I'm curious. I love hearing about why people were banned. Do you think it was fair? Do you think you've been unjustly persecuted by streamers? There's a wear ban command, isn't there, that I can do? Can't remember how you do it now. Anybody remember how to do wear ban? There it is. Chips and gravy has been banned in 25 channels. Fucking hell, mate. Pinko the Bear, Champagne Brochure List. That's quite a good name, I haven't heard of them. 800 Nuts, Ravana, Anarchy 69, Hildebeest, Terra Supernova $27, Comrade Kennedy, Anarchist Laboratory. His stuff $27. I like them. Uh-oh. Because I'm honest and I find it good talking to people. That's not why you got banned though, is it? You didn't get banned for honesty. If I was to go into those streamers' mod views and look at reasons for bans against Chips and Gravy again, it's not going to say honesty, is it? "25 channels, geez." I got banned from one place for saying I like Winston Churchill. Bit far. Jamie, how you doing? Good to see you, mate. You alright? I'm trying to scan Twitch for chuds, but I can't find any. Or that want to debate. CB. Who's CB? Ricochets? Oh, it's Champagne Brochure List. Yeah, I don't know then. And Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania. Nice. Having fun. Are there things you have said you should have been banned for? It's subjective, isn't it? Very subjective. I'm sure there are. I'm curious about what you said. Is there a commonality to them? That's what I'm interested in. Do you find that there's something that you're saying repeatedly around Twitch politics that's getting you banned? Subjective, yes. So in one stream, something that'll get me banned will be different from another stream. Do you see what I mean? So for instance, give you an example. There's some streamers where you can talk about, let's think of an example. I'm trying to think of an example of what I'm distinct in from other streamers, perhaps. Not distinct, I'm not unique in any way. But, say, other streams I've noticed, they allow people to talk about like anti-vax stuff, right? You can go in there and debate the effectiveness of vaccines, and you can debate the existence of COVID, but you can't even get started in here because I'll ban you like that. I don't play with that shit. That's an example. Subjective, right? Some people's rules are different from other people's rules. That's what I mean. Chips and gravy. Yeah, the antagonistic personality. Scholar of the frog, that's a good point. That might be part of it. Slightly defensive. Oh. Harry Potter. Addicted to Marsh, how you doing? You doing alright, mate? Good to see you. Yeah, you usually do get a warning. I probably won't give a warning for somebody talking about COVID misinformation, only because I found that it's nearly impossible to turn around. And in my opinion, it's a cause of harm. So I treat it the same as, like, violence inciting hate speech, essentially. Chips and gravy, you're welcome to defend the US Constitution. How you do it is a different question, but Zode UK, how you doing? Still need to try biscuits and gravy. Oh, give it a go, mate. You won't regret it. Too bad streamers can't protect their communities unless someone breaks a very defined rule. Folks, go and follow Bread Crochets. By the way. Hey Demold, how you doing? Doing very well, thank you, mate. Fair play for taking time to unban. Yeah, I want to have a conversation with you. I do think... I don't know. I've got some people that I speak to on Twitch who have got a large number of bans. It's not usually as high as 8, but I know a lot of people that have got a handful of bans. Not to brag, I don't think I'm banned anywhere. Let's give a check. Let's give that a test. I look like a right piece of shit now, won't I, if I'm banned in 10 channels? No bans for me so far. But I am very aware that it's easy to run into a ban. The thing is, it's text, isn't it? So this can be very badly misinterpreted. If you've seen the stream before, you probably know what video I play next. Marco Mouse, thank you very much for the follow, I appreciate it. Right. Text chat is notoriously difficult to interpret, and this will show you why. Draconian Ocelot, thank you very much for the follow. Full username. Ocelot. It can't be. Yeah, that's me, Demold. You caught me. Exactly, Marco Mouse. Thank you for the follow again. Text kills clarity. Why has that not worked? Oh, it's because you don't have mod powers. Addicted to Mosh. Let's have a look. Are you curious? Curious. If anybody wants to get their ban numbers checked, just let me know. No bans. Get in, mate. Yes. Right, have a look at this. This is what I always think of when I think about text and clarity.
I've been trying to reach out to you all day. Are we on for tonight? Jeez.
What? You can't catch me. You can't catch me. I'm Lance Moore. Touchdown, bitch. What? Pause. Oh, shoot. Keegan's been texting me. Sorry, dude. Missed your texts. I assumed we'd meet at the bar. Whatever. I don't care.
Sorry, dude, missed your texts. I assumed we'd meet at the bar. Whatever, I don't care. Whatever, I don't care? The fuck is his problem? Do you even want to hang out?
Do you even want to hang out? Oh, that's considerate. Like I said, whatever.
Like I said, whatever? Fuck this guy! Jesus, you
are fucking priceless. Aww.
You're the one who's fucking priceless? This motherfucker right here. Oh, he wants to, okay. Okay. You wanna go?
Right now? Huh. Guess I could do that. Okay.
Okay, let's go! He said, okay. Okay, let's go! All right, you know what? You know what? You wanna really
do this now? Keegan, you nut. You're not putting...
Alright, Bread Crochets, no worries, mate. Always good to see you.
Oh, you fucking asshole!
Hope you have a nice dinner.
Round's mine.
Oh, no! Oh, no, there ain't gonna be no rounds, asshole! It's gonna be a fucking street fight! This son of a...
Because tonight we gonna party like a party.
No!
Buddy! Like I said, first round's mine. A beer and a gimlet. For my partner, right? What's that?
I got you a baseball bat with nails in it.
For my post-apocalyptic Jackie Robinson costume, how did you know?
My post-apocalyptic Jackie Robinson costume, how did you know? Love it. But yeah, text chat's hard. Chat is hard. The mold, you want to check, yeah? We're just checking everybody's bands. The mold, you are banned nowhere. Well done. Ding! It's like an airport security thing. Let's get a picture of airport security up. This is what we're doing right now. I can't spell tonight. Right, so just come through here, folks. If you just want to make your way through here, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let's get you through here, folks. Thank you. Right. That's a shit one. I don't like that one. I feel like it's ruined the joke. There you go. There you go. That's what we want. Right, just want to come through here, folks. Thank you. Right, who's next? Yorkshire pudding. Just put your arms out to the side, Yorkshire pudding. Thank you. You have been banned in 6 channels. That's what you said, though, isn't it? Including Carpe Packs, 800 Nats. 800. So who's 800 Nats? I've seen that name a couple of times now. I'm gonna note these people down because I don't feel like I should know them if they're politics. Jam Tomb. Oh, it's Jam Tomb stream. Oh bloody hell! I didn't know that. I need to give him a follow. Big Blonde Ben. Anita Nello Green. I don't know. And Tina too. Okay. Tina's cool. Carpe Packs is cool. Why did you get banned in there? These bans. See, now I want to know the reasons, you see. Cross Crescent Creed, let's have a look. Oh, who's been timed out? Sorry, Addicted to Mosh. I'm going to permit you so you can post whatever that was. It must have been a website that's not on the white list. Right, Cross Crescent Creed, you just want to come forward, please? Just put your arms to the side. You are not banned anywhere. Proceed. Go straight through, please. Right, anybody else? Anybody else? Scholar of the Frog, I believe you wanted check-in. Just want to come forward, please. Just put your arms out. No bans. Straight on through. Straight on through, sir. Marco Mouse, it was good, wasn't it? Bit of Key, love a bit of Key and Peele. Great sketch. I know, we're good people. Look at that. Such a clean chat, I like it. Were you banned in one place, were you, Scullery the Frog? Even better. Even better. You got unbanned. I like this Addicted to Mosh. That's brilliant. Relax, gringo. I'm legal. That's good. Alright, that's the security check over. I enjoyed that, folks. I forget that Posada Bot exists until somebody comes in and meets the ban threshold. I've always wanted to ask, since you're so tall, have you ever knocked anyone out physically? No, I haven't. I haven't. Or mentally. I'm not a violent person, Demold. Sorry to disappoint. No. Thank you, that really made me laugh. It's quite laughable, the idea of me knocking somebody out, actually, to be fair. What if he is tall but built like a straw? Marco Mouse, we're still kicking. So I go to about 1 on a Thursday. If anybody else hasn't caught me before, folks, I stream on Monday night, I stream on Wednesday daytime, I stream on Thursday night, and I stream on Sunday morning. So this stream starts at 9 o'clock. And then Monday stream and Thursday stream both start at 9 o'clock. And then Wednesday stream, I go right through the day. You're built like corn, Scullery the Frog. Not a disappointment, but I now think of you as a gentle giant. Ah, thank you, Demold. I'd rather you think of me like that. Right, shall we continue our discussion of Scottish independence then? Let's get into it. Alright, so we've had various debates. Let's have some, I've got some Vox Pops. Alright, so I've got one from 2014. And I've got one from very recently. So let's see what the folks on the street thought about Scottish independence in 2014, yeah? Start with this. Oh, sorry, by the way, on the streets of London, this is key. This is something key that I should have pointed out.
I think in the end it will probably be a no vote, probably for economic reasons more than anything else.
Very close, it's very close.
I would think yes, it's probably more to the heart, no, it is probably more to the head.
A little bit worried that Scotland will vote for independence.
Personally, I think there'll be a very narrow no vote.
A lot of regions will want to be, individual go by themselves, be independent. I think Wales will want more, Northern Ireland. even some of the bigger cities, perhaps.
I think they have a chance.
There you go. There's a very progressive bloke there in that sense. So he's talking about Wales, Northern Ireland. He's talking about cities eventually getting independence.
Or
we haven't heard any of that yet
even some
tonight.
of the bigger cities, perhaps.
I think they have a chance, yes. But I hope not, because for Spain and other countries it has many complications.
I think there'll be a lot of follow-up from the debates that have been had, and the questions of where power sits. Yeah.
I think it's a shame that England hasn't really had a chance to show how much it wants Scotland to stay and how much it loves it. And it's been so much about sort of West.
Born Star, thank you very much for the follow.
The other 55 million
Nice name.
Scottish are part of Britain too, and they love it and they want it to stay.
I get uncomfortable whenever I hear people say they want this and they like that. Let's hear that again.
And how much it loves it. And it's been that England hasn't really had a chance to show how much it wants Scotland to stay.
England hasn't really had a chance to show how much it wants Scotland to stay. I think that's up for debate, isn't it?
And how much it loves it.
And how much it loves it. Alright. Right, ending to that one, but there you go. Isn't there a London independence meme? The Brexit. Yeah. I mean, there was a very serious conversation about it at one point. To my memory. Didn't Sadiq Khan talk about it? London independence. Am I making that up? Scotland hates everyone. So, in a sense, it didn't say London independence. London Mayor Sadiq Khan wants London to be given more autonomy from central government, saying that the city needs to take back control. That's nice, I like that. Bit of linguistical judo there. Holy shit, Tina! Thank you so much for the raid, mate. Really appreciate that. How you doing? Welcome in, raiders. Folks, go and follow Tina too. You will not be disappointed. Always a good time. Fucking based as fuck streamer. I was enjoying your stream earlier, mate. Thank you for getting me up to speed with US politics. Always appreciated. How are we doing, raiders? Get a bit of tunes on. Alright, party people, my name is Dan, and I am a politics streamer out of the UK. I talk about UK politics, but I inevitably veer into geopolitics, because we are an international platform after all. I also do a bit of gaming as well. Holy shit, Irked! Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Tina too. I really appreciate that, mate. Thank you so much. Tina, enjoy your emotes. And your lack of advertising. Really appreciate that, Irked. You're a good egg. You're a good Irk. No worries, Tina. Thank you again so much for the raid. Folks, please go and follow Tina too, if you haven't already. You will not regret it at all. Right, I'm just going to chill here for a second while you go and do that. Oh, wait. I'm going to go and follow Tina. Alright, and then we'll come back in and we'll have a chat. Cheers. No, don't mind me. I'm just gonna chill. Yeah? Alright, cool. No worries. Alright, Raiders. Well, tonight we're discussing... We're discussing Scottish independence. So, those of you in the US, you may not know, but Scottish independence is a subject that comes around again and again and again and again in UK politics. At the moment, Scotland has some powers over what goes on in their country, but not others. They can't write their own laws. They are bound by Westminster, which of course is currently occupied by the Boris Johnson government. Not great. So inevitably we started to have the conversation again about a Scottish independence referendum. Now, the last time this happened was in 2014. At the time, 55% of people voted no to independence. However, then a little something called Brexit happened. You might have heard of this. It's an absolute shit show. And essentially, Scotland voted Remain. Over 60% of Scotland voted to remain, despite the fact that on average the entire UK voted to leave, of course. But this has led to the feeling that Scotland is being dragged out of the European Union against their will. And that's reignited the conversation about Scottish independence, because really, they should have control over their own say, economically, no? So that's what we're deciding. We're looking at the arguments for and against, and we've just had a look at some little debates. It's been quite interesting. I'm going to be on for about the next 50 mins. So, if you'd like to catch me on the next stream, please do give me a follow so that you can. And I haven't mentioned already, I don't think, but if you're able to click my little face below there, just so I get credit for your eyeballs, that would be fucking awesome as well. You want a hair side profile, Scullery the Frog? Quite good for you? How's that? On Holyrood right, legislation for most internal matters is banned by national law. No, so constitutionally they're bound to Westminster. So we had a list earlier. I can bring up a quick one for you if you'd like it. This is the government's own version of it. Is this the right one? Yeah. So you can look at that in your own time. It just gives a list of both. So on some matters, they can decide. And on some matters, they can't. Yeah, devolution is quite extensive. And in fact, one of the arguments against devolution that Conservatives have put forward is that in actuality it seems to be creating more of an appetite for independence, which isn't really what they wanted. Yeah, Scullery the Frog, Scotland can rejoin the EU in a what should be a fairly lengthy process with a lot of obstacles in the way. But yes, absolutely they can. Right, let's get Sturgeon's take on this. Because of course, we've heard from experts, we've heard from economists, we've heard from fucking comedians, we've heard from novelists about Scottish independence. One person we haven't heard from yet is Nicola Sturgeon, leader of the Scottish National Party. The person that is driving this second referendum forward. She is the person who is arguing that because her party now has a mandate through the voters to enact her manifesto, that manifesto containing clear intent to have another second referendum, that there's no reason that they shouldn't be able to have a second referendum. We haven't heard from her yet, so let's get her on. So get her on like she's going to come into chat. All right.
Last few moments, Culture Secretary Oliver Dowden, when we could get through to him because he was having trouble hearing us, told this programme that we, as a government, is keeping its options open about the possibility of a Scottish independence referendum. Now,
Yeah, right you are, Marco Mouse.
if Scotland's First Minister and leader of the SNP could hear us talking about that.
Right you are. And Johnson is thoroughly, he's more than just ambivalent, he's passionately against the idea of devolution and insistent that nothing happens on his watch with regards to independence. I'm drinking Force Majeure, which is a Belgian non-alcoholic beer. And do you know what? It's delicious. Really, really delicious. Recommend it. Real Radham, how you doing? Goes very, very well, thank you, mate. Folks, go and follow Real Radham. Some lovely streamers in chat today. You doing alright, mate? We're just discussing Scottish independence. SNP hatred for Labour seems misguided considering that devolution allowed the SNP to become the heavy hitter it is now. It's true. I think it's more of a hatred of the centrist Labour Party that has become quite unionist. Did you hear Keir Starmer's speech? When it went on that strange tirade about unionism at the end, about blood. Did you see that? Wouldn't mind watching that again if you haven't. It's a fucking interesting one. If one country in the EU vetoes Scotland, I don't think they can join. I think that's true. Yorkshire pudding, yeah. Going good. Yeah, I'm glad. We've been talking about Scottish independence. So we finished up watching some for and against videos, and I've just realised we haven't actually heard from Nicola Sturgeon herself about it. I don't think we should have some candy, folks. Should break it up. Let's try and get some laughs in. We've been talking economics for about 3 hours, over 3 hours now. So I think we need a bit of break, don't we? We need a bit of a chill. Of course, it's unionist, but Irish nationalists were more than okay with working with the Liberal Party for Home Rule. SNP seem to be much more hostile. Yeah, that's a fair point, yeah. They could definitely do more. The kind of language that's used is very, very hostile. I do think that when I watch PMQs and I see the interactions between Ian Blackford and Boris Johnson. Then it's an emotional subject, isn't it? As I was saying earlier, you can't remove it. Although I'd like to. I'd like to only talk about the facts of the matter. But inevitably, it's a very, very emotional situation. Oh, you Irish, Marco Mouse? Yeah, so you'll know the history of this. We should discuss all of these things from the realm of fact. Inevitably, it's and it's 21st century politics, so it's heated, to say the least.
Now, you were probably busy doing something else, Nicola. Good to see you this morning. But he said...
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Congratulations on the award, first of all, in case we don't get a chance.
That's quite nice of her to say. Other politicians wouldn't necessarily know that, I don't think. September 10th, 2001, by the way, this is, folks. It's 2001. 2021. Too German for this nation stuff. Oh, it is.
Talk about it later on.
Yeah, well, exactly. And I know you and I have talked about the situation with COVID as well, and you've always been very supportive and lovely in lots of ways. But Nicola, you know, he did say he was keeping the option open, but he said the bar to change was very high, in Westminster's opinion, because of the promise that it was a once-in-a-generation vote. So why do you think there's a reason, because I know you're about to have this 4-day conference discussing Scottish independence, why do you think there's a reason to kind of break that promise of once in a generation? What is the reason that you can give to Westminster?
Well, I'll give two reasons. Firstly, you know, we had the referendum in 2014. I think most of us who took part in that didn't think it would be revisited anytime soon. And obviously those on the independent side who narrowly lost were disappointed about that. But of course, a couple of years later, we had the Brexit referendum, where the outcome of that has seen Scotland taken out of Europe against our will. And if you go back to 2014, one of the big issues in the campaign was this assertion on the side of the anti-independence campaign that if we voted for independence, we'd be ripped out of the European Union. So there's been pretty big change in circumstances. There are many other changes, but that's the biggest. But the second reason, perhaps the even more fundamental one, is maybe something that is not that fashionable in Tory circles, but it is called democracy. I've just won an election in Scotland with the highest share of the vote that any party has achieved in the history of the Scottish Parliament, on a manifesto commitment to offer the people of Scotland a choice over their future after the COVID crisis, in order that we get the opportunity to decide, you know, as all countries are doing coming out of a global pandemic.
Thing is, from the other side of it, there's going to be a lot of pushback that says because of COVID, this whole conversation should be left off the table until everything is recovered economy-wise. So that's the thing. Really, if I was Sturgeon, I wouldn't be mentioning COVID so much, because COVID is really the thing that's going to hold this back. Any conversations that we'll have about independence for the next year or so, probably, you're inevitably going to get the pushback from Westminster that says, yeah, but you know, COVID, we're all trying to recover, just find our feet. Is now really the time to talk about Scottish independence? It's a bit of a gut reaction to it. Didn't the SNP mismanage COVID? Oh no, not compared to Westminster. Absolutely not. No. Similarities in the power of dynamics of the Liberals being reliant on Irish nationalist votes governing seems. Labour needs to either get back its Scottish seats or for the SNP to be okay with the coalition, confidence and supply. They have a coalition with the Green Party at the moment. Yeah, real rad harm. Politicians will always find an excuse, and COVID is the biggest excuse they've had for modern political history, isn't it? To basically not do anything that they don't want to do. But you know, COVID. Can we increase funding to that public service? I know, COVID. COVID. But you know, we've been asking for this. COVID. COVID. Yeah, but COVID. Don't forget. Irish nationalists do not take parliamentary seats. Historical comparison would be from the Irish perspective. You would not understand, despite being publicly available. Are you having a debate with Marco Mass? really assume what Marco Mouse doesn't know. Feeding school children. COVID. Exactly. COVID. Let's get back into this.
Deciding what kind of society and economy we want to be. Do we want that to be determined by governments like Boris Johnson's at Westminster, or do we want to take those decisions into the hands of our own democratically elected parliament and governments? So I won an election on that basis, and the UK government can try to rewrite the rules of democracy as long as they want, but any Democrat surely has to accept the outcome of election.
Actually, Nicola, we said, can you, in a democracy, deny it? But his point was that you didn't win an outright majority. You're in a position because you formed a voting alliance with the Greens. So...
Well, here we go again. We're rewriting. If you apply that kind of rule to Westminster, then much of what Westminster governments have done over the last few years would never have been possible. The Scottish Parliament has a proportional representation system of election. It's meant to be impossible for any single party to win an outright majority of seats. I came within 1 seat.
Holy shit! Cross Crescent Creed. May, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Real Radham. I really appreciate that. Fucking hell. Folks, you were showering me with love tonight. I really appreciate it. Real Radham, enjoy your emotes. That's the sub goal, folks. You're making my night. Thank you, Cross Crescent Creed. I really appreciate that. That's the sub goal. We've hit it. Folks, thank you so much. And thank you again to Lot of Apples. Lot of Apples. Always appreciate it. And Irked. Cross Crescent Creed. Thank you so much, folks. Really appreciate it. Yes, spam those emotes. What do you think of Andy Burnham, Marco Mouse? Just seen Andy Burnham now. I don't know if that's directed at me. Potential future Labour leader, of course. Keep trying to... I'm quite interested to gauge people's opinion. Andy Burnham. Yes, Cross Crescent Creed.
Of doing that. And in terms of share of the vote, we got a higher share of the vote than any party has ever had. 72, I think, out of the 129 members of the Scottish Parliament, a very clear majority, were elected on manifesto commitments to offer people that choice. So, the point I would make is this: there are differences of opinion in Scotland and outside of Scotland about whether or not we should be independent. I accept that, and that is, right and proper in a democracy. So Oliver Dowden, or whoever it is absolutely entitled to argue passionately against independence, just as I argue passionately for it. But what they're not entitled to do is to try to block democracy. It should be for the people to decide. And I've got a mandate, won at an election. The Scottish Conservatives fought that election entirely on the platform of stopping an independence referendum. They didn't gain a single percentage point in vote share, and they didn't gain a single seat. They lost the election comprehensively. Democracy surely has to count for something.
First Minister, it's undeniable you have a dominant position in Scottish politics. It's undeniable that you have a manifesto commitment to do this. But we do go back to 2014, and what the government says is, you said, once in a generation. Now, the polls are showing there is a smidgen over 50% of people who currently support independence. While it was in your manifesto, you may be attractive for other electoral reasons. Not everybody who votes for you would agree with every manifesto element. So what would you say to overturn a once-in-a-generation vote? What level, what threshold above a majority of people should want independence to have another vote? The government says you should be getting up to 60% of people before they would be looking at having another referendum.
Sorry, we're just here trying to, at the whim of the Conservatives, rewrite the principles of democracy. and suddenly go to a position where a majority
So
is no longer
that
enough.
really isn't fair.
I agree and disagree with Nicola Sturgeon here, because I do think it should be probably more means tested. Not means tested, that's not the fucking word I'm looking for. More thoroughly checked. What do I mean? Sorry, the language is escaping me. I suppose we should be more accurate in how we interpret the manifesto that people vote for. You know, in the future, I genuinely think there should be some kind of breaking down of manifesto promises to gauge how much people actually supported them, rather than this vote for a manifesto of 20 different rules and then assume that everybody supported all of them equally. So I do see I don't know what this guy's name is, but I do see his point on that. But on the other hand, look at the hypocrisy from Westminster to say that only a slight support for Scottish independence doesn't justify it, where the Johnson government is the Brexit government who literally pushed forward with the narrowest of votes to leave the European Union. But not for a second would they have listened to that argument. And, you know, she's talking about rewriting the rules. The Johnson wasn't elected into power originally. He became the Prime Minister without the country's consent. He was voted in as Conservative Party leader. So this idea of, you know, interpreting democracy like this, it doesn't sit with the Conservative history at all. Stanley muted that.
When it comes to referenda, and boy is that being controversial, on the argument that as soon as there's a slight change of wind, we have another referendum, you would have one a year.
Come on.
So my question was asking you, what would you define makes it valid to overturn the once-in-a-generation vote and do it again? Is it just a slight majority for independence in the opinion polls? What are the criteria that would push it over the line? It's a question. It's not a leading one.
Well, what would deliver independence is a majority of people in Scotland voting for it. That is straightforward and simple. We can't have independence on the whim of a politician, me, Boris Johnson, anybody else. We have to have a majority of people voting for it. What is necessary to give the mandate to have that referendum, to offer that choice? And I would go back to the fundamental point I made. I've just fought an election, you know, saying to people, and I agree with you, you know, people vote for parties in a whole host of reasons. Not every item in a manifesto is necessarily agreed to by somebody who votes for a party. But, you know, nobody can say that there wasn't, you know, clarity about what the SNP was offering on independence. The Tories tried to make it a single issue campaign and lost overwhelmingly. So the mandate is...
That's true as well, of course. Not only is it in the manifesto, but the Tory party made it all about independence. So if you didn't vote for the Tories, that would be another way of showing that you supported independence, theoretically, right? If there's a party shouting at you that they're all about pushing against independence, and then you say, no, I'm not going to vote for you, you can kind of interpret that a certain way as well. And again, it's so imperfect, and I don't like it because it's not accurate, is it? But I suppose it's the best data that we have on it at the moment. Yeah, and David Cameron ran away from his responsibilities at all. And of course, like, it doesn't add up, that comparison between, like, just like she said, yeah, David Cameron completely ran away from his responsibilities. No, chips and gravy, sorry, I don't mean Johnson's election victory. I mean the Brexit vote was a narrow victory. No, Johnson's election victory, yeah, was runaway. Sorry, I was talking about two different things. I was talking about the Brexit vote being narrow and the fact that Johnson had become leader through ascension through Conservative votes. Conservative Party votes rather than the country's votes. The Brexit vote was 2% over the majority. It's 52-48.
Whether or not Scotland becomes independent, though, is entirely a matter for the Scottish people. It can only happen if there's a majority. You're right, polls show it's on a knife edge. A poll yesterday showing yes, slightly ahead, another one today showing yes, slightly behind. I've always accepted that there is a big job of work for those of us who believe in independence to persuade a majority. There's hard questions to be answered, and there's a case to be made. I think that case is strong, but we've got to make it. On your once in a generation point, I mean, I don't want to get into kind of semantics here. What was actually said is, you know, don't lose your chance here, Scotland, because you might not get another chance in a generation. Nobody can decide democracy is a once in a moment chance. Democracy doesn't work like that. We have had the UK is almost unrecognisable now to how it was in 2014. I remember doing debates where the No campaign, the leader of the No campaign said
It was over 1 million people.
Boris Johnson ever becoming
That's true. There's 70 million people in the country, remember?
Yes, because there were
Just under 70 million people.
And we did make that point, actually. And just because I don't want to run out of time on other subjects, even though I know this is one you're hugely passionate on.
I'm passionate on other things as well.
I know. And I want to talk about one you are, which is COVID. You were kind enough to mention me, and I know we here on this programme get a great response to the way you talk about COVID policy in Scotland, because you are one of the few politicians.
Chips and gravy. You've reached your threshold. Don't know if I can allow that. I'm timing you out. I'm going to assume that the Scottish that you attached to that wasn't anything xenophobic. So that's why you're only getting a timeout. You can say cunt as much as you want, but it was the this Scottish cunt part that just it just irked me just a little bit. I just need a little more tact, just a bit more.
Who has stood up and said, we've made a mistake. You admitted that it kept you awake at night on this show, what happened with care homes in the beginning. Now, COVID figures in Scotland have seen a dramatic rise. You know, when you talk about hotspots generally, 7 out of 9 of them are in Scotland, which is extraordinary. Is something going wrong now? And will this decision for vaccine passports that you've just made to bring in for nightclubs and other areas, is that the solution? Or are you now thinking, what is happening? It's running away with us.
There's a lot in there, Kate, so let me try and cover it all, but as briefly as possible. In terms of the situation in Scotland right now, it's a really difficult, challenging situation. We've had a steep rise in cases. If you look back over the summer, at the start of July, we had the highest case rates in the UK. We then came down to have the lowest for the remainder of July into August. What then happened is Scottish schools went back. Our schools go back a lot earlier than schools elsewhere in the UK, so we've had a steep rise again. We think it is starting to level off, but we're not complacent about that. In terms of vaccine passports, do I think it's a solution? I don't think there is any one single solution to this, but I think it can be part of a package of measures that allow us to contain COVID over the winter while keeping the economy open, which is what we all want to do. Can any leader, being responsible and frank about things, rule anything out in the face of this? I don't think they should. This is an infectious virus. What has happened over the last few months is we've had the massive game changer in a positive way in the form of vaccines, but we've had an equally massive game changer in a very negative way in the form of the Delta variant, which is so much more transmissible. So this is a really difficult time for governments and countries everywhere. The pressure on our National Health Service, and we're seeing this right across the UK right now, is intense. So, you know, we've just spent a long time talking about independence. I'm not complaining about that, but my principal focus right now is on continuing to do whatever is necessary, regardless of what might be popular or not, to try to keep the country and get the country through as safely as possible.
If I can just ask you very quickly on vaccine passports. there is concern amongst some who own Scottish bars that stay open late at night about what the definition of a nightclub will be and whether they're caught by it, in which case vaccine passports would be needed, or they're not. Can you tell me in Scotland what a nightclub is, please?
I think most people know instinctively what a nightclub is, but we are doing so. We will finalise the sort of exact definition of this over the coming days, because what we don't want to do is have unintended consequences and market distortion. So most people know what a nightclub is, but there are some pubs who might operate quite like a nightclub and therefore might get an advantage if vaccine passports were required in one setting and not the other. So we're doing, I think rightly and properly, some work with the sector to make sure we get that definition right, and we'll set it out well in advance of the scheme coming in. I don't think anybody wants vaccine passports. Nobody wants to be in this pandemic at all, but we know vaccination doesn't eradicate transmission, but it reduces transmission, and therefore I think they have a part to play, and we see them in operation already across much of Europe. They've got a part to play in trying to keep us safe from COVID without facing possible closures of part of the economy again. And that's why I think they are worth having as part of our package of responses.
Thank you very much for joining us, First Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
All right. There you go. Alright, so we've heard from the leader herself. What do you think of that one? As a Scottish-blooded Australian, I have a close cultural connection to the cunt word, but I try not to use it as an insult on its own. Cunts are my mates, as are mad cunts and sick cunts for insulting people. You've got shit cunt, daft cunt, and dog cunt. Oh, mate. You know what? I chuck it about. Not that often. I imagine I've probably called Boris Johnson a cunt about 10 times on this stream. As I say, oh, sorry folks, chips and gravy, feel free to make your way back in. I just wasn't too sure about that one. Calling someone a daft cunt is okay. I do like to think I can tell my cunts apart, but sometimes become the trigger. Marco Mouse, yeah. There's an argument there as well, that the shit show that is Brexit may need to be over. That's definitely a valid argument. But that should be smoothed out before we look at Scottish independence. Katsumo5, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate that. Folks, thank you so much for the support tonight. I've hit the sub goal and I've sailed over 500 follows. Crazy. Really, really appreciate it. You truly think Scotland can survive on its own? Well, we've had arguments for and against Katsumo. Brexit will never stop being. It's a good point. Good point. Petrol crisis is still ongoing. Food shortages are still ongoing. Labour shortages are still ongoing. Border checks fiasco is still ongoing. And on and on and on. Oh, thank you, mate. I appreciate that. They don't meet the EU requirements. Lost their NHS. Lose their NHS. That's not how that works. Scotland doesn't lose their health service. They won't be part of NHS England. They won't be controlled by NHS England, but they don't lose their health service when they leave the United Kingdom. nothing good comes out of Scotland to support its economy. What about the fact that Scotland controls 96% of the UK's oil? How about that? You've come in very heavy. What I mean is the health service will be a shit show. You've got nothing to support that, unfortunately. It's purely speculative. So I'm just going to look at my notes here. Scotland controls 96% of the UK's oil, 63% of the UK's natural gas production. So how about that? You seem very, very confident considering it's pure speculation. I'm giving it a year, then Cody asks me to marry him for the European passport. I told you, I don't need to. I'm half Irish. As soon as I can be asked to fill out the paperwork, I've got it like that. Just oil. You mean that thing that countries around the world go to war to protect? That oil? Made a point about indie ref and Brexit being similar in their arguments for why it should happen. What do you think of that argument? The argument that they're similar. I don't really get what you mean. I think they're similar in the sense that when it comes down to it, they'll both be fought on a battleground of largely emotion rather than hard economics. I agree with that argument that they'll be similar in that way. Aside from that, I'm not really sure. Is that what you mean? Like, we need to get back our sovereignty and we would be able to set our own societies and rules. Yes, yeah. No, yeah, completely. A few streams ago, probably about 10 streams ago now, I was talking about nationalism. A big long stream about nationalism, talking about the idea that the way that we interpret it as a concept varies wildly depending on what country we're talking about. And from my perspective, it really depends on whether or not you are a country that is in a powerful position, or you are a country which has been in a less powerful position or kept in a less powerful position by an outside influence or an outside power. That seems to determine how well nationalism looks, if that makes sense. It's like comedy. They say that you should never shoot down? Is that what they say? You should only ever shoot up. So for nationalism, if you're the big powerful country and you're the one talking about take back our borders and sovereignty and that kind of thing, it tastes bad in your mouth. Yeah, punch up. Sorry, yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Thank you. Say you should only punch up, you shouldn't punch down. So for me, from my perspective, it's similar. I completely agree. It's similar in the sense that it will be all that kind of language, sovereignty, take back control. And to be honest, Scotland, the Leave campaign from Scotland will be they'd be fools not to borrow the tactics of Brexit, because they work like a charm, as we know. But for me, the difference is that really they're punching up, whereas the Brexit campaign in many ways was punching down, in the sense that they made EU immigrants a scapegoat. There was a legitimate punching up section of the argument, right? Which was the portion of the population that genuinely do support the argument that the EU kept England down, right? So there's that argument. And if that's legitimate, which I suppose it is, then that's punching up, isn't it, from England? But in general, I think England punched down when it came to Brexit. So that would for me personally, that would be the difference, is that Scotland would be punching up at Westminster. You're a Brexiteer, are you, Katsumo? Well, don't worry. You can enjoy your petrol crisis and your food shortages now, without the EU being involved. If Scotland goes independent, I hope the military weaponises the caber toss, ideally with angry Scots in powered excesses. Fucking Scottish military was fierce before the Union happened. I think they'll go back to being a fierce military power again. Yeah, powered exosuits would be nice, wouldn't it? Overpopulation in England is an issue. Unrelated. Don't make me bring out my immigrant stats. We only do have so much room, to be fair. We should kick out the English then. EU immigrants are the ones that contribute more in taxes. IndieRef has the same concerns as Brexit. You're losing out on your biggest trading and economic partner. Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. For a prospect of being close to another economic power than the EU for this one, yeah. Plus you have the hurdles of setting up a new state with its own institutions in the case of Scotland. Yeah, so from Matt's perspective, definitely similar. Yeah, for sure, Marco Mouse. For sure. And you know, I was saying earlier, the hope would be that it would be handled by a more competent government than the one we have at the moment. Well, ideally, they wouldn't be involved at all, because you can see how well this is going. But yeah, I didn't realise you were talking about it from that perspective, but yeah, of course. Very, very similar. Apparently the land coverage, even in the southeast, is 6%. Is that me? So UK or someone else? Socialists seem to have the idea that things happen instantly, which often results in recessions. Kick out the English from England, right? You're all over the place, Katsumo. All over the place, mate. Kick out the English from England, yeah. You seem to imply that the country was too full. Now I imagine, with that kind of idea in your head, you're probably somebody that looks to kick people out that aren't contributing. That seems like your kind of bag. Don't want to judge you too harshly or too quickly, but if the shoe fits. And if that's the case, I suggest you kick out the English, because they're the ones that aren't contributing, if you look at it completely evenly. EU immigrants contribute more in taxes than the average taxpayer. Brexit was always going to take time. Deals are being made. Point systems are being made. These things take time, and COVID just sort of just beat it down, which is a shame. So you've taken the COVID ruined everything approach. That's interesting. You know, I'd suggest that you look at the way that Brexit was handled in isolation. Because the lack of EU trade after Brexit, you can't blame that on COVID. Also, there is something to be said about the brain drain, which a country loses most educated and talented workers to other countries through migration. Yeah, well, it happens all over the world. You know, I don't know. I don't like to get into this poor migrant country, they're losing their best workers argument. Then what are we? I mean, what are we talking about? The country's either too full, or they're losing their most educated. Well, like, which path are we taking it? Anything is better than Keir Starmer. You're all over the place. Let's focus on what we're talking about. English and foreign alike aren't contributing. I completely agree that a lot of English people need a kick up the arse. Brexit was a great idea, but the execution wasn't great. Oh, fucking hell. I thought you'd bring me back around, Katsumo. Oh, how do I feel? How do I feel? No, I'm reading your message about lazy bastards on universal credit, which I find incredibly callous. And I'm just trying to make a snap decision as to whether or not I want you in the chat. Clearly, you've never had anybody in your life that's been on the poverty line, unable to work. You do realise that pandemic that you've blamed everything on, instead of Brexit, is the exact same reason that people aren't able to find a job now, don't you? That people lost their job at the drop of a fucking hat. And that's why they need that universal credit that you're saying that they're crying about. My brother has been on that line all his life. You need more fucking empathy, mate. There's a shocking lack of empathy from you then. Brain drain is not as much of a big deal as people like to make, as they send back enormous amounts of money that can develop their country's economies much more than if they had stayed back. Yeah, it's a great point. They said that when they brought it, that they'd never be able to take it away without it being a cut. Oh, universal credit. There's an anecdote, but I know of a Nigerian academic who sends quite a lot of money back to Nigeria, and it's allowing his family to have a much better quality of life. It's allowed them to build a modern house. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. There's anecdotal evidence, but it's valid. And you know, I come from Birmingham, which is a melting pot of immigrant families. And all my best friends from home were the same. You know, I had friends from Zimbabwe, Pakistan, all families that would send money back home. All over. From an outside perspective, the Brexit campaign looked like it was based on a torrent of outright lies. Finding a decision as monumental as that to a simple majority of people who were willing to vote was absurd. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It just so happens that the way we have referendums set up allows people to spend a lot of money promoting outright lies, unfact-checked, without it ruling the election null and void. And that's a problem, isn't it? The fact that people were allowed to send messages directly to voters telling them outright lies about things that were happening in their area in order to get their vote. My brother is a mental health thing, so it's sort of different. So that's exceptionalism. You're aware of that term. Limitless, how you doing, mate? Good to see you, Limitless. I have the patience of a saint. I try. My patience is wearing thin. Very, very thin. I'm nearly at the end of it. You exhibiting exceptionalism, Katsumo. Your brother is not some statistical miracle in amongst a pack of lazy bastards. Alright? That's not how it goes. I would encourage you to extend your empathy to everybody else around you. Katsumo, do you think it's possible that your brother isn't the exception in the group of people claiming benefits? Do you think it's possible that your brother isn't 1 in a million? Don't judge a book by its cover. Yeah? Yeah? My hot take is Nigel Farage never wanted Brexit to be successful. He wanted the referendum to fail so he could continue to sit as an MEP and bitch about the EU while making a lot of money. It's not a bad theory. He's all about the money. Nigel Farage's new thing, folks, those of you that don't know, is... I feel a bit sick when I start to say it. A financial advice service which allows you to, quote, take back control of your money. I know. It's a bit cringe, yeah. The ultimate grifter. Raj will do an advert for anything for 10 grand. Frankly, 10 grand, not enough. Pay for an advert in this country. Yeah, just reuse that slogan. If it ain't broke, you're memeing right. Thank you, Limitless. Nigel Farage was hit by a bus last week. Really? Hit by a bus is an unlucky guy. He's been in a plane crash. He's had an assassination attempt. And now he's been hit by a bus. Honestly. Just can't play his cards right. In reality, I'm right-wing with a slight room for liberalism. And you know what? You are more than welcome to have any political stance you want in this chat. The only thing that I think we're reaching a nice place now, me and you, but what you'll learn is that I like points to be considered. I don't like running in and throwing up these David Cameron-esque portrayals of the slacker society, you know, David Cameron twitchy curtain propaganda. If you don't work, you're a piece of shit. That kind of thing. I'm not really a fan at all. I don't have any patience for it, as you saw. You know, you've shown a lot of empathy for your brother, and that's the kind of thing I like to hear. You should do that for everybody, you know. No worries at all. That's, you know, it's your lived experience, isn't it? I can't speak to that. So yeah, okay, I can accept that that's affected your approach. Wasn't much reported in the UK on the Russian-directed propaganda around Brexit. The cyber attacks, they push for succession movements around the world to weaken their geopolitical opponents. There was some interest. I think the thing that made it weird when it came to talking about Russia cyber attacks was the fact that do you know what? For a lot of reasons I can't really put my finger on, it seemed like we weren't massively interested. It's probably the fact that, well, to be honest, the most obvious thing that springs to mind is the fact that we have the right-wing media that are a pro-Brexit media. So they weren't going to be quick to say, oh, the Brexit vote was illegitimate because it was influenced by Russian bowl trots. Oh, bowl trots? Yeah, bowl trots, we'll go with that. Is that the same thing you're talking about, Radham? Like the cyber attacks and that kind of thing? Yeah, Yorkshire Pudding, I changed my password, thank you. Go and change your password, folks. Big Twitch hack. Everything leaked. Media is always biased. There's no such thing as objective journalism. The reporting I saw was less cyber attacks, more than pushing propaganda via social media. I think I'm conflating them. Yeah. I think I'm conflating them because, as you say, there's the company, wasn't there, in I can't even think where. It's somewhere in Russia that they discovered was all about that social media, like trolling and pushing out fake news. I had a name. I remember the name. It had a catchy name to it. But yeah, I think with that it was the fact that we don't have a strong a strong voice that would be interested in it. Chilly Winters, thank you very much for the follow. You know, the right-wing media is controlling the message, so and that's the Brexit message. They wouldn't be quick to call out the fact that the vote was illegitimate because of it. They'd want to push that under. Hey, Dr. Buinabwin, how you doing? Folks, please go and follow Dr. Buinabwin. You like to learn. You like to expand your mind. That's a stream for you. Very good to see you. The Russian Internet Research Agency is a great propaganda machine. Zode UK, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. What's the name of it? Can you tell me the name of it? Russian RA. What was it? No, it was might Google it. Yeah, you could consider it a cyber attack. No, you're right. I think no, that is definitely more cyber attack. I was conflating them. I was kind of just throwing them all together. Russian. I want to say, if I put in Russian Troll Factory, that sounds like something out of a fucking Disney film. But I think it's going to get me the name I'm looking for. Oh no, yeah, Internet Research Agency. That's what you said, Zode UK. Yeah. Oh, and that's what you said, Real Radham IRA. Yeah. Fucking hell. So we've been talking about Scottish independence. Coming to the end of it now, actually. So we've been looking at for and against arguments. Had a look at comedians talking about it. We were just, well, what we've just got onto is the similarities between really the inevitable second Scottish independence referendum and the Brexit referendum. From my perspective, I think we're doing a lot of speculation about how it will go, which is fine. But I think the only thing that I'm confident in is that, like with everything else, especially in 21st century British politics, it's not going to be based on the facts. I think, unfortunately, for me, this is the battle, right? Is that I don't feel passionately. This may have come across tonight, but I don't feel passionately about this debate one way or another. But for me, the most motivating thing for me about this is that we approach it from a factual position, right? Somebody said earlier, you know, why do you get to even talk about it? It's just purely from the perspective of free speech, isn't it? And my interest in it is basically avoiding what happened with the Brexit vote. I don't think we should fight politics on that front. I don't think it should be an emotional debate about this traditional notion of the union. I genuinely think it's less valid than the economics of it. I really, really do. If we're going to talk about the emotional aspect of it, I want it to be from the modern perspective of the relationship between Westminster and Holyrood, not the idea of any wars we fought, or any kind of royal family, or any kind of, or even really about who you know that lives in different places, because all of that should fall by the wayside, really. So yeah, to answer your question in a really long-winded way, Dr. Buidawid, that's what we've been talking about. That's what we've got onto now. So we started there, ended up there, as we usually do, obviously. We never start off we never end up in the same conversation that we start in. Yeah, Cambridge Analytica, who mentioned that? Yeah, Real Radham. Limitless. Yeah, Cambridge Analytica, that's our side of it. But as far as I'm aware, cooperated with like, internet research agency. But then also they were, this is all coming back to me now, so they were actually employed by Leave.eu, who were one of the offshoots of the pro-Brexit, the Leave campaign. Thanks again for the follow, Chilly Winters. I heard some news about meats in North Ireland. Some cold meat would not be shipped there. Yeah, we're having a lot of problem with goods at the moment, crossing borders. Essentially, the companies that are sending goods back and forth from Northern Ireland basically are suffering a lot of red tape, to put it short form. Things that they really didn't anticipate when Brexit finally went through. So you'll see there's been an incredible loss of EU trade. That's because practically there's no real way around it. They allegedly hacked Hillary's emails and then dropped them to the repubs. Cambridge. Yeah. That rings a bell. Oh, Yorkshire Pudding, no worries. Thank you for joining. If you had to support a party in the UK, who would it be? I'm curious. I've always supported Labour. I've always been a Labour voter. There are some people that have sent stuff over the GB-NI border and had it stuck waiting for paperwork and spoil. They don't do it anymore. Yeah. Even if you just order something online, just a personal, not even a business, just a personal order, then you're waiting longer. You know, something as simple as having to sign for it, it's all different. It all works differently now. I don't really know how Scotland sees itself in relation to Northern Ireland. Or is the independence only referring to the relationship with Britain? Yeah, so it's just, it's the relationship to the United Kingdom. That it's in relation to. You reckon it will just be a culture war thing? Yeah, absolutely. Mainly because it's this government fighting it. So it's assuming that it's going to be Johnson fighting the other side of it. Johnson is the culture war prime minister. He's well versed in it now. So he'll approach that the same way as he does with everything. You'll see a unique brand of patronising Scottish xenophobia, I would imagine. That will try to put fear into the hearts of Scots. That would be my guess. It should be about whether or not the union still makes sense. Yeah, I completely agree. Completely agree. We need Scottish independence to avenge Meghan Markle. Oh, Meghan Markle. I want to talk about the culture war. She is the darling of the culture war. Yeah, Zode UK. Yeah, moving forward. That's the best thing, isn't it? They sold analytics to everybody. Yeah. No, yeah, you're right. It wasn't just Leave.eu, was it? They're gone now, though, aren't they, Cambridge Analytica? Didn't they have to shut down after it was exposed? One of the bigger things for Brexit was the recontrol of fishing waters, which was a lot. You saw how well it went, didn't you? Negotiated a lot of that away after all the bluster about controlling our waters. Yeah, no, it's quite funny. It's the biggest irony of it, perhaps, that the people that they held up as being the people that would benefit most from Brexit, the fishing community, sorry, fuck me, on the 1970s, Dan, that these were the folk that struggled the most after Brexit hit. And this was the community, fishing community was the one screaming the loudest that they were hurting. Addicted to Mosh just says, war! Let's have a war! Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Who does that now? Shit. Beer. Great band. There's so many of us, there's so many of us, there's so many of us. Thornstar, how you doing? As a Canadian, I find it really interesting to hear the different sides of it all and to compare them against the facts. I'm glad you've seen value in it. And yeah, more power to you. That's the way to approach it. To be fair, they hate us as much as we hate them. Been like that since night. Who's that? With EU countries. It's a complicated history of hate between the countries of Europe. It's almost always got an ulterior motive. It's never usually genuine hate. But it's at the time. I'm gonna have to jump off soon, folks. I don't spend a lot of time with politics, but what time I do spend on it, I learn a lot in a short amount of time. It's good. Yeah. I wish I had that skill. I need to go around things again and again and again. Brexit does allow for one good thing, breaking the backs of the agricultural and fishing lobbies who push for aggressive measures. You think they'll push for it? Are they doing that? I believe Brexit will straighten out after a time. I hope. That's the hope. They were throwing up numbers at some point, ministers. I remember little predictions about how long it would take. Straighten out. Short-term pain for long-term gain, that's what they say, isn't it? I love the Europeans, they're all a good bunch on the whole. Don't hate other countries, most of them are just funny to me, like America. UK is on the continent of Europe, even if no longer in the EU. You know, I heard something interesting today. I was listening to a podcast about World War I, and I hadn't heard this before, but there was a novelist called... No, his name's gone. There was a novelist who was commissioned by the Daily Mail. He was a novelist that wrote fictional stories about countries from Europe invading Britain in these kind of thrown up kind of hyperbolic scenarios, and they commissioned him to write a story about Germany invading Britain and taking over towns, specific towns, and those towns were plotted out by the Daily Mail to be in line with areas where there was a high Daily Mail circulation, and it was pushing forward this idea of basically anti-German rhetoric in the country. Because if you learn about World War II and World War I and World War II at school, I think you come away with this idea. I certainly came away with this idea that, you know, England's always had a contentious relationship with Germany, but it's not true. Not true at all. The way that we see the world now in terms of these relationships between countries You know, all that football bullshit with the England team. 2 World Wars, 1 World Cup and all that bollocks. That's relatively new. I thought that story was really, really interesting. About the book. Apparently he'd done one before. It was basically just a template of what he'd done before with Russia in the same place as Germany. But it just so happened that the Daily Mail they wanted it to be Germany because that's the sentiment they were trying to drum up. And this was this kind of rhetoric was incredibly influential on our choice to eventually get involved in World War One. Meeky Millie, thank you very much for the follow. Are you the real Meek Mill? That'd be quite funny. Meek Mill watching a politics stream. They hardly had to make the case that the Germans were dangerous. They were doing that themselves with the naval arms race. Yeah, but we wouldn't care about that, would we? That's the thing. I think if you're an ordinary civilian, you don't really give a fuck, do you? If a country's building up their naval arms, you need to be propagandized towards it. It's why don't you care? It's not going to affect your life. They just needed to insert that little bit of, yeah, they're building up a naval arms race and they're going to invade, take over. Yeah, it's the real Meek. What's up? Good to have you with us. I like your music. Hollywood has a lot to answer for in making Brits and Germans all the arch villains. Absolutely. No, that was the main concern at the time. The Germans could outmatch the Royal Navy. They could force the British to capitulate to their... No, I know what you mean. I think we're crossing... not crossing swords. I think we're crossing wires. Yeah, from the government's perspective, for sure, that was the problem. What all I mean is, in order to drum up public sentiment, they needed to do something extra. Do you see what I mean? That very nuanced approach to it that you've outlined there, that wouldn't be the approach of the working man, if that makes sense. That's what I'm saying. So that Daily Mail propaganda, along with all of the other papers that were doing this, and that kind of sentiment coming down from on high, that was essential to getting public consent. Public support, should I say. I don't need public consent, do they, of course? It wasn't even that they had to land troops. It was that even if they just got control of the seas, they could starve Britain into compliance. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. And the German guy, dodgy stuff. We want 8 and we won't 8, way referring to them wanting 8 dreadnoughts to ensure that the Germans couldn't surpass the Royal Navy. I didn't know that. So do you think the egg was before the chicken? And I think the chicken was before the egg. Manufactured consent. Yeah, that's one way of putting it for sure. Yeah, manufactured consent. We have a couple of funny videos to finish up. Should we have some Michael Spicer? have some Michael Spicer, that'll cheer us up. No, Marco Mouse. No, it wasn't unfounded. It wasn't unfounded. It was speculative. For sure. The UK's position was a bet, wasn't it, against that happening? They genuinely, that was their genuine fear that that would happen. Famously, of course, Winston Churchill didn't want to get involved. I know, Zod UK. Can have a little bit more as well. Have a bit of Michael Spicer. Then we'll have a bit of Jonathan Pye, and then we'll leave it at that. Hey, Quince45, how you doing? Kingcast, sorry. I was in another stream and I realised that I've been saying your username wrong, so apologies. How are the Pandora Papers doing? Oh, I tell you what. I've been looking at it. You see the stream? We focused on it in the stream, but I do need to get back to it. Are you following it quite closely? Quite late here, I'm going off to bed now. Marco Mouse, no worries. It's been great chatting to you, mate. Hope you have a good sleep. Hopefully catch you on the next one. I'm gonna have to jump off soon. Let's have some funny stuff and then we'll go. If you do want to catch me on the next stream, folks, and you haven't already, would appreciate a follow. Oh god. I've had a really, really fun stream, guys. It's been really, really nice. Thank you. We started off on Scottish independence. I had a slight suspicion we would get into other stuff. Obviously, it does reflect other parts of recent political history in the UK. That's been fun as well.
I can announce further steps to expand testing capacity. We're working with several groups to determine if self-swab, the self-swab, a much easier process.
If you haven't seen Michael Spicer before, by the way, he does this sketch where he's pretending to be in the politician's ear, telling them what to say. Quite funny.
Today I can announce further steps to expand testing capacity. We're working with several groups to determine if self-swab, the self-swab, a much easier process than the current process that's not very
Nice to do?
nice to do.
Right, now the stuff about American spirit.
We have a current process that's a little bit difficult.
You've said that.
If you have it done,
What?
the groups are working on determining if a self-swab
You've just said that.
is as effective as the other.
Yes, you've said that. You don't need to talk about self-swab again.
We're going to see if we can do a self-swab, which is
I think he's stuck. Can somebody nudge him?
the
Nudge him! Someone! Pence! Don't just stand there like a dead-eyed airline pilot. Nudge him!
free up a lot. Let me just say, the self-swab is what it is. It's a self-swab. You do it yourself.
You're kidding. Really? I mean, I had you down as a useless picnic basket full of mints, but you're clearly on the ball here. Good. Right,
Playing with a lot of numbers, a lot of very big numbers, and a lot of very small numbers, frankly.
Real Radhom, no worries, mate. Always good to see you. Folks, if you haven't already, please do go and follow Real Radhom.
What does that even mean? Shut up.
We want to take care. We have to help everybody.
This was nobody's fault.
It was nobody's fault. This happened. I mean, some people could say it was.
Look at Mike Pence, man. That is a man who's gone to his happy place, isn't it? Fucking hell. He is not in that room at all. Look at those eyes.
Don't say China.
Somebody's fault, actually.
No, it was nobody's fault.
But it was nobody's fault.
If you say China, I'm going to break the 6-foot rule to double slap you on your pumpkin-y chops.
In order to win this war.
It's not a war.
It's a war.
No, it's not. Stop calling it a war.
So that after the war is One. We go right back up to where we were and even beyond. I think we're going to go beyond where we were.
No, we're not.
A lot of people are saying that, by the way.
No one is saying that.
We're poised to do that.
Nope.
But we have to win the war first.
It's not a what? Will you just keep... Right, Go back. He's not finished. I'm not ready.
Nearly 200 dead, 14,000.
Funniest thing is he doesn't usually have to edit it at all for it to be funny. It is usually just the clip.
Who are sick.
Okay, this is critical. You've got to send out a positive message. You've got to say, my fellow Americans, I understand you're scared, but I want you to know that you have a president who you can trust and who is doing everything he can to halt the spread of this devastating virus.
What do you say to Americans who are watching you right now who are scared?
Right, go. I say, my fellow Americans.
I say that you're a terrible reporter. That's what I say. The same with NBC and Comcast. I don't call it Comcast. I call it Concast.
Yes, that's what Americans need right now. Forget reassurance and free healthcare. What they really want is your shitty puns during a global pandemic, you absolute nappy.
If you get it, if you happen to get it.
No, don't try to answer questions about immunology. Get the immunologist to answer.
It is highly unlikely. It's looking like it's getting to a number that's much smaller than people originally thought.
There are no small numbers in this anymore, you burbling maniac. Only great, big, devastating ones, with lots of f***ing commas in them. Ask the immunologist. He's standing there right behind you, looking like a sad mouse.
In terms of the ultimate...
In terms of what? The ultimate what?
The ultimate problem, which would be death.
And we're done. Okay, signing off, everyone. I'm going now. Yeah, no, he just...
Oh, fucking hell.
...problem, so there's nothing more I can do for him to... Yeah, okay, bye-bye, yeah. Yeah, see you tomorrow for more of this never-ending nightmare. Yeah, okay, bye-bye.
Shit, son. It's good, isn't it? Limitless. Right, let's have some Jonathan Pye while I figure out who to raid. I haven't seen this one, Pye on Social Care. If you haven't seen Jonathan Pye, his sketch is that if you ever seen Network, it's a bit like Network. He starts off acting like he's doing a news broadcast, and then it ends, and then he goes on a big rant to his producer, kind of like, right, this is what I fucking think about it. It's quite funny. Great to raid.
Boris Johnson is willing to stake his reputation on this national insurance tax hike to pay for social care reform. Let's take a look. Reputation? Jesus, the only thing Boris has a reputation for is being a fucking liar and shagging people behind his various wives' backs. Fuck me, reputation. We're through the looking glass now, aren't we? A liar and a shagger. That's his reputation, that's his legacy. You know, we are the party of low taxation, says Boris Johnson, having just raised taxes to their highest since the 1950s. And then he goes with, we are the party of the NHS, at which point I switched off the fucking TV and poured a bottle of bleach into each of my ears so I never have to hear anything so demonstrably untrue ever again. He's a fucking liar. When Boris first entered number 10 as Prime Minister, he said he had a plan to sort out social care. Presumably, it's very similar to the plan he just announced 2 years later. In the interim 2 years, of course, he won a general election, campaigning with the promise not to raise taxes. So he was either lying when he entered number 10 about having a social care plan, or he was lying when he said he had no plan to raise taxes. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm a socialist, right? I like being taxed. I know, what a dick. I like tax and spend. I think it's a good thing. I'd pay 10% more if I thought it would solve the crisis in our NHS and care services. But this plan won't. And this isn't extra money, it's just topping up after 11 years of cuts. A broken social care system that the Tories have been in charge of for 11 years. The social care crisis is one of their own making. They want to raise $36 billion over the next 3 years, a massive cash injection into health and social care. Brilliant! How are they going to do it? By raising taxes in a way that will be felt most keenly by those on low income. This government, it can find money when it wants the money, can't it? It can find £56 billion for HS2, an infrastructure project that will shave about 9 minutes off your journey time to Birmingham, whilst raping the English countryside. It can find £37 billion for their botched track and trace system, with most of the money lining Tory pockets. I suppose it is the party of the NHS if you're Dido fucking Harding. Okay, they easily found the £120 million awarded to a Tory councillor for PPE face masks that were of such low quality that 3,999 masks out of every 4,000 had to be thrown in a fucking skip. A skip which was presumably hired for £4 billion from Matt Hancock's new small business venture, Matt Hancock's Skips. But when it comes to spending money on stuff that vulnerable people need, like social care, where do we find the money? Well, let's just get vulnerable people to pay for it. Need to find more money for the NHS? Let's just increase national insurance for, you know, people like nurses. The government, it's done nothing to assess the impact of cuts to universal credit, things like disability credits, that have had a huge impact on the amount of people needing social care. Under this plan, it might take 2 years for the social care sector to get any money. It's taken them 2 years to reveal their plan, and their plan is that you won't get any more money for another 2 years. Because the plan is to concentrate on the NHS. Okay, well, I guess that's fine, okay, but with no target for reducing waste.
Dude, imagine if Jonathan Pye did a stream. That'd be incredible, wouldn't it?
It needs to be.
Not me.
Why? Because we know when
Just looking at him thinking his energy on, like,
one way or another,
imagine if he was in the Twitch politics category.
Tory donors
Take it to new heights.
£1 million for a slew of new NHS executives at £270,000 a pop. Just what the NHS needs. More executives. £9 million worth. Roughly the same cost as 9,000 hip replacements or 1,200 heart bypasses. I wonder if these new executives went to medical school or Eton. I wonder. Well, here in Scotland, the plan has inevitably caused some concern. The devolved government in Holyrood suggesting that this is just a smash and grab.
Demonic, draconic ocelot. Apologies. That's one I haven't heard in a while. Cave people. I don't know if that's politically correct. Right, folks, I am going to have to jump off. Went a bit longer than planned, but it's all good. Because, as they say, fucking time flies when you're having fun. Thanks so much for the chat tonight. Really, really enjoyed it. Appreciate that Scottish independence isn't the sexiest subject around. So, well done us for getting through it. Someone keep that energy for hours. That's a good point, Limitless. You'd have to do 5 hours of that. Dr. Bwynabwyn, no worries. Good night. Always good to see you, Dr. Bwynabwyn. Limitless, thank you. Addicted to Marsh, always good to see you, mate. Sorry, Draconic Ocelot. Right, we're going to raid Poly People. So let's have some fun over there. I'll join you for a bit before I go to bed. Thank you so much for the support, folks. As I say, absolutely chuffed to get past 500 follows. And thank you so much for the subs as well. Thank you, Lot of Apples, Irked, Cross Crescent Creed. Your generosity is everything, honestly. So thank you so much. It means a lot. Tina 2, thank you so much for the raid again. Mods, thank you so much for modding. Really, really, really appreciate it, folks. Let's head over. Poly People. As always, as soon as you get over there, shout at the top of your lungs in the chat for me that the British are coming. Alright? Stay safe. And I'll see you back here Sunday at the usual time. Take it easy, folks. Love you all. Bye.
Appreciate that you're here. Oh my gosh, you picked a perfect time to come in here.
Yes, we did.
Because we are talking about